12, we'll check that one out.
6-1 bullet, 2-1 start, 57.
Officer still stands for time? No. Offender in custody?
Earth. It's cold. Bird's cold. Woo! Good evening, everybody. We are back for a Tuesday night, and I'm just going to warn you guys right now, you might want to go put on a sweater. You might want to go put on a jacket or something. It is chilly tonight. Whew. Shit, it's cold. It's cold. I'm just warning you. It's cold. Oh, Ruck, I got a new t-shirt. I already have the t-shirt for you guys. And I'm just going to say, remember this t-shirt when I say remember this t-shirt. You know how you got the clip-on fry You know, the fake tie. The fake tie that he puts on every time he has a. Well, ever since they were trying to, you know, push for new funding. If you go watch the old Moscow PD Cribs episode we had a few episodes ago, you'll see what I mean in the old PD when he had the, he had the fake, the guy in the computer that was looking at the screen that didn't have nothing on it. You had the on the spot question from the guy that was doing the film, going, "Where would you put a third person?" You remember that? That's when he had that brand new clip-on fry tie. But we got a new T-shirt, and I already came up with it, and I didn't even have any, because usually, I gotta have something coming at me to make a T-shirt. That's why I always enjoy the trolls, because I like to make T-shirts. That's where I get my ideas from. So shout out trolls, I appreciate you, because you are my inspiration. But this was one of those T-shirts, and you'll get what I mean. You'll get what I mean in the future. It's one of those, they call it a chess move. So you'll see what I mean after, right? But there's a new T-shirt now, and I'll be debuting the logo here sometime in the near future. And it's going to be the T-shirt clip-on I. And you'll understand what I'm saying in the future. I always like to give you guys little Easter eggs and stuff, whether it's in my thumbnails or in little sayings that I say, or, even like right now, a T-shirt. Little Easter eggs. You don't understand it now, but you will in the future. We got a lot of shit this is just tonight. This is just tonight, all right? We got a lot of shit to go over. So I apologize if we're... Okay? I apologize. So let's say what's up to everybody. Gosh. I should have got 2 space heaters. Woo! It's chilly. Jacqueline, ticket number 3. Thank you for hopping in. Katrina, number 4. Thank you so much. Kid Kitty, number 6. Good evening to you. 49er Girl, ticket number 7. Thank you. Kelly Miller, ticket number 8. Thank you so much, Kelly Miller, for all your hard work in the background. And you know what I'm saying today. Me and Kelly Miller, yeah, we got some shit together today. And then I had a bunch of other stuff I already had ready for you guys to surprise you tonight. Yeah, we're gonna have some fun. Skittles, ticket number 9. Thank you so much. Rock Don, ticket number 12. Reading tarot on this. Ooh. Well, we got some key interviews for you as well. So see what your tarot cards say about that. How are you doing tonight? Yes, go sub to Skittles. Skittles True Crime. Thank you for putting that in there, Skittles. The best contributors who aren't mean and BS. Love the group here. Mods are fun without. That's the community that gave me everything in my soul to get out of that pit. And so that's just my way of trying to return it to you, because I'm going to be honest with you. Like, if I didn't have you guys, I would be so damn lonely. You know what I mean? So why not try and make it the best time we can possible? Have some fun. Have a little bit of comedy, even if we are, most of the time actually talking about dark stuff. It's good to have that mixture, and we just don't put up with the bullshit. So it remains that way. So thank you for those kind words. I appreciate it. Thinkers think. Thank you. Ty, ticket number 12. How are you? Oh, yeah, we got an episode tonight. It might be a long one. I don't know. We'll see. Danny, thank you. Appreciate you. AG, appreciate you and all your work. Ticket number 14. Got a little bit of a secret of an intro. of a little bit of what we got going on tonight, right, AG? Number 15, Dan. Oh, number 16. There we go. Good evening. Thank you so much, Kelly Miller, for all the support. Appreciate it. Wish we could choose who gives. Oh, Ruck. That's a beautiful thing. It's a lottery, right? Leah, ticket number 18. Scarlett, how are you? Yeah, we're just gonna be going boom, 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 boom right off in the bat here, and then we'll start chilling out. K Dub, what's up? Yes, it is chilly tonight. Chilly tonight. You see the snowflakes in the back? I think that's what I need to do. When it's a chilly night, I'm just going to have those snowflakes falling in the back, even if it is July 4th, you know, because it's free. Thank you so much. I appreciate the kind words. Echo, what is up with the ice cubes? Lynn T, how are you? John Morgan, good evening to you as well. Number 26. What's happening? Has it started yet? Well, it starts when you see me on the camera. Or when it goes live, you know, whichever. I do like to highlight some of the talented individuals around me, whether it's the architect, charismatically clever, you know, the people that support the show and their artistic abilities, and I could easily do it myself, but I love having other people's artistic abilities and highlighting those because I think art is beautiful. All of this stuff is art. Even the show is art. And I think the more that you can spread that beauty and the more that you can combine that beauty with community, I think it's a win-win. So that's just how I see it. If you have info for the show, please send it at any of these links, evilcj at Discord, Gmail, or Twitter. And if I do miss it, just type it in chat. Hey, CJ, I sent you. All right, I'll go check it out. Typically unique, ticket number 28. Thank you. And if I don't check it out tonight, I'll check it out tomorrow. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you to Charismatically Clever, the architect, for the music here. Clip on Eye. Clip on Eye. Ooh, I can't wait to have that t-shirt. Speaking of, I'm going to be wearing one of my own t-shirts here coming up soon. I can't wait to show that one. It's going to have a nice little right there. We'll have I'm going to have the first, I'm just letting you know, I'm going to have edition number 1, clip-on fry. And by the way, each t-shirt's going to have a little secret edition number on the inside. So that way you know exactly what t-shirt number you got, because I am going to have my own clothing line way down the road, and it's starting right here, so you guys get to be part of the beginning of it. And I'm going to be linking up with other creators too to do their clothing as well. What's up, Rhea, number 36? So if you're ever interested, let me know, and we can sit down and talk some business. What's up, Kelly? How are you? What's up, Moto Man? If the car's metallic and there's a lot of reflection in the camera, it could be reflecting white. What are we talking about here? The green car? Yeah, that's one of them things that listen, we were watching the demo and I'm like, there's the green car I always park next to. If anybody knows it's not a suspicious car, it's me. Okay? It's me. Trust me. I know this. Poor things didn't realize there's. What's up, Crime Solver? What's up, Typically Unique? Thank you so much. I'm telling you, we got a lot of shit to go over. A lot of shit. Look at this. My notes are like this is how I write, people. This is just quick notes, too. See how they're like in all different directions, different circles, underlines. I mean, and this was just like a quick jot down of notes. You should see some of my other notes here. These ones are more organized. See, you got this one. If you can see it. See, it's more organized. It's more like a list. And then I have like a binder of like all sorts of... See what I'm saying? It's all like categorized and shit, you know? So when you get the quick notes, you get this, all different directions, and sometimes I might not even be able to read my own damn handwriting. That's it. It's just the truth. Thank you. I appreciate that, Echo. Appreciate you. Thank you for the support. Thank you, everybody, for the support. Oh, yeah. We're going to get into it here pretty soon, too. What's up, Michelle? How are you? Thank you for hopping in. We're going to get into it. Mary Burns, ticket number 8. What's up, everybody? All right, let's get it going. I'm going to go ahead and do the switcheroo. And I'll be right back. We're going to start off with number 1, and I can't wait. Thank you, everybody, for your hard work, the community, the mods. Thank you, everybody, for your contributions, even homework. You know what I'm saying? Thank you. I appreciate you so much. All right, the first thing I'm going to share. Now, this isn't nothing freezing. It's not getting cold yet, but this is nothing freezing. But I wanted to share this with everybody. This came out just a little bit ago. This is from Christ Church in Moscow. I'll drop the link, and I thought maybe y'all would want to check this out because I was quite surprised. It's the State of the Church 2024. Christ Church in Moscow, and I was quite surprised because they really talk the whole how they feel about women. Just because we don't believe they don't believe in female being as equal as males out in the workforce. They don't believe in their females going out, even though we're not saying that we just want our females to learn how to cook and clean and that's it, but we don't want the, like, are you fucking serious, bro? Like, I'm not, this has nothing to do with religion. I'm just going to put that out there, number 1. I don't give a fuck what religion you are if this is the shit that you're saying about women. I'm sorry. Give it a listen sometime. Give it a listen sometime. Especially females. What the fuck is going on over there? You know what I mean? I had to share it. I'm like, are you serious? Hell no. Because all I did is I seen it pop up. And then I just clicked like somewhere on the video because I'm like, screw this intro. Right? Like somewhere in the video, and all of a sudden he's talking about how they don't want their women. It's not like we don't want our women learning more than cooking and cleaning. I'm like, what, bro? Oh, hell no. I got to share this first. So there you go. Check that out. This is nothing cold either. This is something just as a friendly, because there was some discussion earlier where didn't know if this was Kaylee's room or not. This picture, where's it at? So this picture that she took with DM on 11/12/2022, right? So community's wondering if this picture right here. So you got the one with the dog. That's obviously her room, right? We're wondering, this picture right here, is this Kaylee's room? Or is this a room that, because you can sell your furniture and stuff, right? So there was a question about if this was, because this was taken 11/12/2022, and we got way more going beyond info beyond this picture. That's why it says on the title, Consalvis family key interviews, because you guys are gonna, it's gonna be very informational tonight. Trust me. When it comes to the few days, not only the couple days before the crime, but a couple days after, you're gonna have a lot of information tonight. Okay. You might want to get a notebook because you might want to write it down. I will be sharing the links, like I always do, to all the videos as well. Yeah, we got a lot. There's a lot. So I want to show you guys something, and this proves that this was still Kaylee's room, and it's still the way that she had it when she, danced with the puppy. And I want to show you guys. So look, I want you to see something here. Look at the photos. See how the photos are kind of stacked along that wall right there. You see that little fake plant tree thing sticking out by the sun mirror that's right up there above their heads, correct? You see that? All right, now I'm going to show you her with the puppy, and I want you to look at those same things. Look at the pictures, look at the little plant, look at the edge of the mirror, okay? Okay, that's cool. Okay, there we go. See it? Do you see? Does it? Hold on, let me go full screen here. There we go. Do you see the plant? You see the pictures? You see the plant? You see the outer part of the mirror, right? The like wire part, okay? So, when you see that, and then you come back to this one, you know automatically that is still her room. It is still her room. So that is Kaylee's room. It's still Detective Golden, ticket number 50. It was still her room when she was gone. And it was still her room the night of the crime. That's why I feel like the puppy was put in there. And that's why DM did hear the puppy, because I believe the puppy was left in there to go to sleep so the two girls could get some rest. Okay. So they could get some rest. They wanted to put they didn't want Murphy messing around, Let's put Murphy in the bedroom. I'll come sleep in your room. Girls that age, ladies that age, you all typically sometimes sleep in the same bed anyway. You know what I'm saying? It ain't nothing out of the ordinary. And so that's why I still feel. And I also feel that because DM stated that the person that walked by with bushy eyebrows walked towards the sliding glass door, I'm still sticking to the fact that they didn't lose the damn sheath, because DM's statement would have said that the person walked up the stairs. I'm still going to go by that. Ruck, Don, I want to say thank you, contribution call out. Thank you for the super chat, sticker memberships, cash apps, and Venmos for the one gifted membership. Let me scroll down here real quick and let me see who got the lucky membership. It was Queen Elsa. There we go. Congratulations on the membership, Queen Elsa, and thank you so much, Ruckdown, for the contribution to the show. I appreciate it very much. And I know the community does too. So it's the room. It's the same exact room, the same way that she had it when she was dancing with the puppy. You just look at the pictures, the plant, and the edge of the mirror there. All right, so there's that. Now, let's get to the next thing. Let me see here. All right, so here's something from Caddy. Oh, I can't stand it. You know what I'm saying? Whenever I see this damn smirk, man. Whenever I see this damn smirk, I just want to go the fuck off, You know how I get, you guys, when I'm fucking talking about this university and this scam artist. I can say that, right? I can say that, right? There we go. We'll cover up that damn smirk with my fucking banner. Can't stand it. But if you want the link to Mr. Daddy President Scott Green, there you go. Now we're going to share something else. Guess what? And I'm not getting on here. I'm not going to share this shit, but Mr. President Scott Green has a daddy account on Instagram there. Mr. Daddy Green. Oh, I can't stand it. Oh, I can't stand it. All right. Now, I want to say shout out to Tracy Dane. I appreciate you very much, because for all the people that still want to say that tunnels went to 11:22, there's more information for you. All right. These notifications are going crazy here. There's more information for you. I'm going to be sharing a couple things here, okay? So please take a gander. You're more than welcome. Like we do over here at the Evil CJ show when we're presenting this shit. We put links out there because it's about community. It's about sharing it with you, and it's about I'm not here. It's not my job to present something and expect you to totally trust it. It is my job to present something that you can totally trust. And that's why I put the links in there for you, because not only we have the community doing this, I do it myself, I show you, and I also allow you to take the link on your own and do it for yourself. Because let's be honest, if we all trusted everybody, we wouldn't be talking true crime. You know what I'm saying? We talk about untrustworthy people. So it's just something that I like to do for you guys, and I want to say thank you to the community that does. Tracy Dane, thank you so much for sharing this with the community, and thank you for sharing it with me. Very useful information. So please, more information for you to see that tunnels don't go to 11:22. I have yet to receive any information that shows me that tunnels do go to 11:22. So if you do have any information and would like to become famous, please send the information to EvilCJ at Discord, Twitter, or Gmail. And I want to say I 150% absolutely promise that I will never talk about your IQ, because I know you're smarter than that. Good vibes, ticket number 51. Thank you for hopping in. Appreciate you. There's Tiffany. Yeah, that smirk, right? So please check this link out. You can click everything that you want to click, okay? You can do your searching. You can make your own high detailed maps of these lines, okay? I encourage you to check it out. Diana, ticket number 55. Thank you so much. Soulshine for Jesus Christ, all the actions this college pulled. You know what I mean? That's right. They only care about the money. Seriously, if you go to my channel, you go to my playlist, look up University Power, and I guarantee you, you will be like, what the hell? Exactly, Shonda. Thank you for hopping in. I appreciate you. Exactly. What's up, Cheryl? How are you? So I'm going to show you guys a couple pictures, okay? And like I said, I give you the links because I want you to be able to do it on your own too, okay? Yes, let's put the tunnel talk to rest. Like I said, if you want to become famous and you have information that shows that tunnels exist, please send it to this link because I would love to collab with you. I'm for real. For anybody that has information that proves that there's tunnels, I would love to collab with you 150%. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. I would love to collab with you. I hate when I do that and then it switches and I lose the spot in StreamYard chat. There we go. Tiffany ticket 114. Wow, we're at the 114 mark already? Holy shit. Thank you, everybody. Oh, damn. Wow, I'm surprised. Thank you. Swamp, how are you doing tonight? Nightbot, thank you for being here and thank you for hitting the like. Yes, please, people. This deal is going to be done in February of this year, in a month. Please. You know what I'm saying, Lynn? We're going to get rid of that too, okay? Trust me, I'm the one that knows. I'm the one that knows. I'm the one that knows that the green car is not suspicious. I'm the one that called out the damn green car because I was like, you guys, that's the green car that I always go next to. There's nothing wrong with the green car. I'm telling you right now. I swear. Every time there's the mention of you, green car, I always say that there is nothing suspicious about it. Please, okay? Please, stop. Stop. There's nothing. It's a lady. You know what I'm saying? It's a lady. It's no. Ticket 119. You know, it's like, come on, people. Come on. Like, they mistake what Steve never said that he saw video of people walking out of 1126. I said, I never said that, bro. I said if you listen to Steve G's words, there's a camera at 1126, bro. Watch my short video I made on it. My highlight. 15 minutes. It shows you the camera angle. It shows you what the camera would have picked up, and it shows you how Olivia saw them taking the dog out and how they saw the DoorDash driver dropping them off. Like, they talk about, I'm going to show you guys tonight. We had I told you a couple nights ago, 1126 has the Ring camera that points at the sliding glass door and shows the driveway. So how else do you think Steve G and fam know that they saw the DoorDash driver drop the girls off and they saw him take the dogs out? Come on. And then you put together what I just freaking noticed a couple nights ago. Yeah, there was a camera at 1126. I've already checked 712 3 times. October 2021 on Google. November 2022 on a whole bunch of other mainstream media footage, and then my own ass. There ain't no camera there. So the only camera that is going to show the girls getting dropped off and the only camera that is going to show the girls taking the dogs out is 1126. It's just the way it is. I'm sorry, people. People, when I say that the sheath was Maddie's or Kaylee's, Their DNA's already on it, people. For the people that want to sit there and say, their DNA's not on it, their DNA is on it. Okay? I didn't know I would have to, like, mention that a few times either. I didn't know. I really didn't know. All right, so we're going to share you. Again, if you didn't get this link, here's the link to this map. Now I'm going to share a couple pictures with you, okay? I'm going to show you some pictures from this, and you can do this on your own. You can go sanitary sewer, water distribution, storm sewer, fiber optic, and even general, okay? So I hope the people that want to continue to explain that there's tunnels there, take a gander at this map, fool around with it. Trust me, if you're going to have tunnels leading to 1122, it's going to be either a sanitary sewer, water distribution, storm sewer, fiber optic, or general, okay? Now there might be fiber optic. I highly doubt it, but I didn't check fiber optic. I didn't check fiber optic. There might be fiber optic. I still don't think they're carrying a torch through the little fiber optic hole, okay? I just don't. All right, here's the first map. Do you see any of these? Do you see any of these going by into 1122? Go ahead, take a look, take a screenshot if you want. There are. I told people, go look up a documentary, Las Vegas Underground. Trust me, any city you have, I've been down in one. It's creepy as hell when you're claustrophobic, I'm telling you right now. But it's an experience. Yeah, I know. I know, Shonda. I really thought that somebody with more opportunity and ability would have been out there to do a protest. And that's like one regret that I'm going to have for the rest of my life, is just not saying fuck it and going out there and starting one of my own. For real. It's going to be one of my biggest regrets, because I would have got arrested for that shit. I don't give, like, for real. Go ahead. Put me in fucking local or county for a couple days because I'm trying to stop the damn demo for the fucking family. You know what I'm saying? Fuck it. It is. It's going to be a regret. I already regretted it when I woke up that morning and I saw them already starting before I was ready for my live, because they started early on us, you know? All right, so there's that picture. There's nothing. There's nothing. I'm going to show you something else. I don't know. I don't see anything going to 1122. What about you? I don't know. Maybe if we look at this other map, we might find something. Oh wait. Yeah, I don't see anything right there, cuz it's right here. See where my cursor is? It's right there. But I'm not seeing nothing. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. What do you guys think? Do you guys see something? Again, if you didn't get the link. And I hope this is the last time that I say this, but if you really do want to become famous, and I want to collab with you 150%, if you can show proof that there's tunnels going into 1122. Now, not saying tunnels don't exist. We showed that. I've been showing it. Can we please? For real though, if you do have it, I would love to collab with you. I'm not bullshitting. We can take a whole 3-hour night, 4 hours, whatever, and we can sit back and we can go through this shit, because I would love to. And I'm not being mean, and I'm not being a jerk. I'm being for real. Like, I'm about exploring all thoughts, theories, and opinions. And if somebody can show that damn straight, hell yeah, I want to explore it. Hell yeah. But we've done, the community here, we've shown enough proof, show after show, that these don't exist. The secret rooms, moonlight, there are no. I have a video on that too. I already put that out. It's called No Secret Passage, Mysterious Cutouts, or Secret Rooms. Check it out. I'm not going to play it, but I'll play it on the background, and I'll just put the link in chat. Right there. No secret rooms, secret passage, or mysterious cutout, not sus, another freeze. Rumors. Please stop the rumors with the tunnels. And then when you want to talk right here, if you want to see what we're going to be talking about tonight and you haven't seen this video, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and play this tonight. Let's play it. So the people that weren't, I'll let you guys chill back and listen real quick. This needs to be known anyway. The Consalvis family has reached out to the Latah County Prosecutor's Office in the University of Idaho to stop this madness. Again, this was a few weeks ago. Number 7, if the house itself was a target, which was the theory from the beginning, the incel theory at Queen Road Apartments. That's why the house was a target. Which was the theory from the beginning, which is the supposed reason the University of Idaho called off their campus-wide warning while BK was still not apprehended. Remember? Why was the house a target and its access-exit points and the driveway configuration for a vehicle to enter, exit, turnaround, vantage points of other camera evidence pointed toward the house? You guys, that means that 1126 King Road had a camera. This is why I say holy shit, you guys. How did I not see this before? Remember, you guys, 1126? Because this is part of a front door. It's an apartment. They got a door on the side and they got a door here. And I said, this has got to have a ring cam that goes straight to the sliding glass door. Watch. It does. And we're going to get more into it tonight. We are going to get way more. Why was the house a target and its access, exit points, and the driveway configuration for a vehicle to enter, exit, turn around, vantage points? That was a separate. And then it says vantage points of other camera evidence. Vantage points of other camera evidence pointed towards the house. 1126 has fucking 1126. Steve G. Holy shit, guys. Steve G has to know that. Remember, you guys, I was like, 1126 has got, because people were thinking this was the front door back here, right? But they were going off the pictures from October 2007, because when you drop Google Guy down there, you're going off of photos from Google Guy of 2007. But when you're up here and you're looking at it, you can tell it's a completely different layout, obviously, from what it was before. Just with even the path, I showed you guys that a long time ago. And I'm like, this is a front door with this having a ring cam and this having a ring cam and this has got to have a ring cam. That would be the best freaking camera to have for the crime itself. I was sitting there talking about 1126 or 712. 712 doesn't have a camera. We already figured that out back in the summer. That means Steve G saw the video from 1126 that points to the sliding glass door. So then how would they say that they don't know how the person exited because they holy shit. I bet you this is what took place. And I'll get to your chats in a second. I'm sorry. My mind is just going, brrr, it's those tiles flipping. I bet you this is what take place, and this is the shit we've been saying this whole time. There is, watch this, peep this shit. 1112 picks up audio from a cat that activates the camera. You know why? Probably because the cat was over here and darted off through between the houses and took off because something was already going on. That's what activated the ring cam to start here to record.
Or knock the
Right?
garbage
I
over.
bet you.
What if it knocked the
This is what
garbage
happened.
over?
The person, because there's
What if the cat got spooked and knocked the garbage over at the sliding glass door, and then that's what activated the 1112 camera? That's what tipped the garbage can over at the sliding glass door.
there's no camera at 712, remember? There's no camera at 712. The blue car, or where the blue car's at, they creep down. 1126's camera caught. No, you guys saw that. You guys saw that garbage can, right? How much food and garbage and pizza boxes and all that was in there? There was food in that garbage, everybody. That cat, I bet that cat was digging in the damn trash and got spooked from somebody, whatever they're doing inside. And then that's the cat that took off between the two houses and activated the frickin' ring cam on 1112. I bet you that cat was getting into that garbage, got spooked, and then the garbage can tipped over. Or it tipped it over to try and get food out of it and got spooked. I guarantee you that cat was next to that garbage can. The person or persons entering the property. The reason that they don't know how the person exited, they know how the person entered. But the reason they don't know how the person exited is because they really did exit through Ethan and Zaina's window onto that small part of the roof, hop down, walk around the side that's full of trees, and then walk back up over here and look like a neighbor that was just coming home. Or if they didn't live there, again, rewind back to here, exit Zaina and Ethan's window, hop down on that little small roof, jump down on the gravel, circle around through the tree area, circle through the tree area, and literally have a couple elevated steps to go back to right. That's why they never saw how they left the scene
They saw how they got in there, and I bet you Steve G saw that footage, saw how they got in there. They just don't know how they left because it couldn't possibly be caught on camera. If you're exiting Ethan and Zaina's window and you go right back around, and guess what, everybody? Where does this person walk by? When they do that, they walk by Bethany's room, do they not? Do they not walk by Bethany's room? If they exit Ethan and Zaina's window, hop down on the gravel from that small little roof, and go around the corner where the trees are at. I said that before they picked up a thud, which is someone jumping off. There we go. Pointed towards the house. I've already proven last summer 712 does not have a camera. I went back last November. 712 does not have a camera. We looked on Google, guy, from October 2023 before it was blurred out. It does not have a camera. The only camera, and 1118 doesn't have a camera on the back of this either, everybody. Why would the people that committed the crime jump out the window of Ethan and Zaina? Because it was reported that Ethan, you couldn't open the door because of Ethan. So it makes you think. And then if they didn't know how somebody left, well, if you have red stuff on you, then you would probably track it back into the second floor living room. And so that tells me that somebody probably hopped out the window because we already shown before how it's not that far of a jump onto gravel. And so why wouldn't somebody walk out the window, especially if the last reported thing we've ever heard about the speculation about the door is that they couldn't open it. Remember, there was 3 people there that supposedly tried to open the door but couldn't because Ethan was blocking the door. So what that tells me is that somebody was in there, committed the crime. Who knows? It's just we don't know. We don't know. They could have left. I've even said they could have left out the third floor sliding glass door. Have I not, community? Yes. There's so many different possibilities when they could have exited the crime. This is just one of those scenarios. It's just one of those scenarios. There's no cameras over here. The only camera that could be on the property. I would think somebody showered and cleaned, but there was no reports of anybody taking a shower. In and I think they would have mentioned that maybe that the reason that they didn't know was because the person cleaned up. Um, I don't know. I would imagine one of the statements would be that one of the survivors would have heard a shower, and then I think if they would have heard a shower, maybe one of the survivors might have tried to do something too. I think realistically what took place when it came inside is that the person, as much as it wasn't a Dickies suit, in my opinion, it was one of those unalive kits that they sell for hunting. And that gives you, and you can literally pack that in a backpack. It's a 10 by 8 square that you can fit in a backpack. And also, it gives you everything in a kit for you to be able to not only clean up, but stay clean while you are doing that. So I definitely think that's probably the most probable thing that the person did, especially if Ellie does not know how the person exited the house. If you guys want to see that, I can show you that again. Shout out Yoli. She's the one that sent us the information about the unalive kit. Trust me, 8 by 10 square can fit in a backpack, and you can. Who's to say the person didn't have a backpack? I don't know. Who's to say they didn't put their backpack out by the trees? Who's to say any of it? We don't know. Like Steve G says right here, vantage points of other camera evidence pointed towards the house. The only way that's possible is if 1126 has the camera. This is what I want to share here. What's up, Nancy?
All right.
What's up,
All
Mistaken?
right. So see,
Genie?
I'm going to use
Ticket
this thing to show
73.
you the range of view here. So your camera is going to have a view of here. And I'm just going to where I can make little dots or whatever. This is your view range of your camera. Okay? It would be basically this is the view
Yeah, I have Ring
of
cameras
the
too.
camera.
I was talking about it in the
So it's
earlier
going to
show.
go to here because of the angle.
It records
so pretty
everything.
much out to here because it can't see outside of that house. And so this is the view that's going to be picked up off that camera. So probably here because of the edge of the house, right? So this is going to be the view of what that camera would pick up. Right there. So it would be picking up somebody turning around, entering, exiting the property. It would be picking that up, okay? So when he's talking about his statement, and I'll go back to that here. So when he's saying, Vantage, why was the house a target and its excess exit points and the driveway configuration for a vehicle to enter, exit, and turn around? Just like I showed you right here, okay? Now you go back to the statement. Vantage points of other camera evidence point towards the house. Who's to say the other vantage is from another camera that could be pointing to the house? This section right here, we've already looked. We couldn't find any cameras. Okay, this is the parts of my Google Guide walk around that I did from the beginning of my show. Part of the Google Guide that I did before they blurred it out, okay? Now, I used some of this footage to look. I used footage from local media and mainstream media when it came to footage of being there around the property. And then I also looked when I was there personally in November. I don't, you see what I'm saying? I don't see cameras. Just on this footage, images from 2021, October 2021. We went through the footage from 2022, and then I looked when I was there at 2023. So, like I said, I didn't see any cameras there. I couldn't really tell at 11:26. I couldn't tell about the cameras, but I always felt that there was a camera. Here, let me go like this. I always felt that there was
Julia,
a
number 70.
camera that was from here. And I felt like it would have caught everything in that line right there. And right there. I feel like there has to be a camera there. I feel like it would have caught somebody exiting, entering the paths in and out. And I think that's the footage that Steve G is referring to when he's talking about this part in the statement about the house being a target.
Yep.
And talking about the cameras. He says it himself. Vantage points of other camera evidence pointed toward the house. Well, what the hell does that mean? That means that to me, it means there's a camera at 11:26 that's pointed at the house. All in this area. So you got the turnaround right here at King Road, Queen Road. You got the camera to exit and enter the property. 11:12.
Right there. And that's exactly. Where's my music? There it is. That's the view that you're going to get. All right. So when we get into it tonight, like I said, when we get into, because it's key interviews for a reason. You might want to get your notebook because, like I said, there's a lot. All right. They say some very interesting things that you maybe might have missed in the past. Maybe you didn't, but I did miss a few things as I was looking through these. And they do talk about seeing them get dropped off, what time they got home, seeing them get dropped off. They talk about the 11:12 audio video. They talk about the 11:12 video as well. When you look at the statement, like I showed you, when you look at the statement from Steve G, he's talking about multiple cameras because you see the word other in his statement. He says other. Why was the house a target and its access exit points and the driveway configuration for an exit for a vehicle to enter, exit, turn around? Then vantage points of other. Okay, he's talking about 11:12 first. Enter, exit, turn around. They entered King Road and Queen Road, exited King Road and Queen Road, and executed a turnaround. So the first part of that paragraph is about 11:12. The second part of that paragraph, in my opinion, is about 11:26. And you know it's about multiple cameras because other camera evidence pointed toward the house. Now, what camera is going to show it pointed toward the house? The camera at 11:26 is going to show not only the back door. Oh, this is a highlight from a couple days ago. But this is what I'm saying. That camera, and I'm going to you don't need to have activation. My cameras record 24/7, and I can sit there and go through every frickin' minute of the day for weeks, okay? So for the LE to show up at 11:26 and say, hey, can you replay what's on your camera? Well, of course I can. Right there. 11:26 would have picked him up, coming in, getting dropped off, girls coming around, going through the sliding glass door. It would have shown him going home. It would have showed him taking the dog out. It would have showed someone going in and out. You know why they don't know how the person left the scene of the crime? Is because they don't have the video showing anybody leaving the damn scene from 11:26, because they didn't leave the scene from 11:20 from the sliding glass doors. Just because DM states that the person walked towards the sliding glass door does not mean that the person left through the sliding glass door, because the police said that they don't know how they left. If you look in the PCA, Mr. Payne says that leads me to believe that it is likely. So, where would 1126 not catch somebody leaving the scene of the crime? What's up, Deborah Lynn? The only way that somebody would not get picked up on 1126's camera, the only way somebody would not get picked up on 1126's camera is for them to walk around the side of the house, exit the property through the window, because look, you jump out the window when you jump down. Are you getting caught on the camera? No, because you have the corner of the house. And if you're exiting the window, you jump on the little teeny roof outside the window, and then you make a car length high and a foot or two higher from the ground roof down to the gravel, soft landing, and then you go to the right, walk by Bethany Funk's window, you know, the window that always had that little part of the shade stuck open because somebody was probably looking through it. Look at the picture. You'll see it. It's separated, even after there's nobody in the house. Why is it separated? Because Bethany Funk looked out her damn window and saw somebody jump down the fucking thing, which then that's why you hear a thud on 1112's ring audio, and then they walked around secretly between the little path that's lower than the street between the house that has no windows on that side and a whole bunch of brush, and then walked their ass right back up into the parking lot. That's how they know that they don't know how the person left, because that's the only way that somebody wouldn't be getting picked up on camera. Because I'm going to tell you right now, if they had a camera, and I'm being real, if they had a camera over here, which I've already proved they don't, but if they did have a camera showing the girls getting dropped off, well, then they're gonna show the person right here in front. You would have a license plate, people. You would have somebody driving by. Guess what? You would have a pretty damn good picture of somebody in a vehicle that doesn't have tinted windows. So you would be able to have a profile, would you not? Yes, you would. Then you would be able to have a really good sideways view of a vehicle. You wouldn't be confused 15 times on Sunday of what vehicle you're looking for. Let's think below the surface. If there was a camera pointed this way, it would have caught way more information than they have. There's a camera on 1126 pointing at the sliding glass door. It can't pick up anybody outside the window or jumping down or walking in Bethany Funk's window, because they're already blocked from camera view, and they're not going to get picked up on camera if they're walking through here and walking through the bush, because guess what? That camera wouldn't have been able to pick it up through that bush. Maybe it looked like a deer. Maybe you didn't see anything. Maybe they didn't even go there. Maybe they just walked right here and walked right back home. Walked right back home. All right, let me get to some of your comments here real quick. I saw something from AG. So if this camera existed, it would have shown what time Ethan's siblings got to the house and anybody else that arrives at the house the next day. It should. Yes, it should. It should show everything. Because if it has the ability to go back, because you either do or you don't. With your cameras, you either have the 24/7 can go back anytime record, or you don't. I suggest you spend the $15 a month to have it. It's a charm. Now, it would show that. And this is another thing, it's going to be crazy. We're going to listen to very key interviews of the Consalvis family here in a few minutes. And there's things that you're going to hear. You're going to hear. If anybody had questions about Jack being at, they confirm it in this show. They confirm Jack D was sitting there on the stool at the corner club. They confirm it. So anybody that wants to say that Jack D wasn't there, he was sitting on the stool, y'all. In the beginning of the case, I even found out the hat that he was wearing, and I put it up on my screen as well. I have it. I can show you. That's from way back then. Talk about relationships. Talk about locked doors. They say some very interesting things about what they know when it comes to the investigation. Someone called them that was already at the house. Someone called their daughter. Someone called their under 17-year-old daughter. I think it was 17 or 16-year-old daughter. Someone called their 17 or 6-year-old daughter, said they were at the house and what took place. This was all 2 hours before they got confirmation from the LE. They talk about the relationship. They talk about the relationship that the girls had with the private driver and how the private driver was a continual private driver. It wasn't just a one-time service. He drove those girls often. Did you guys know that? Ooh. It's going to be very interesting, the stuff that you're going to hear. So I'm going to be taking some pauses as we go. First thing that I do want to share, though, is there was a question earlier about if the Consalvis family stated that Kaylee was there to come back for a final on Monday. And yes, she did. I'm going to share that with you guys first. That's not the first one that we're going to watch, because we're going to watch some from another channel. We're going to go watch it again. This one's from like a year ago. This one we're going to watch here is from last month. And I want to say thank you to the community. Thank you, Kelly, for this. Now, this video says right here, this was a video because me and Kelly, we were like, we remember watching this video when we were doing a Fresh Notes, Old Notes episode. And I think this is when I was actually in Moscow, to be honest with you, when I was still there. Because I think this was the last night I was there where we watched the special. And I think that was the night that me and her were like, holy shit, we never heard that before. What? Well, you're going to hear it right here. Yes, they do confirm that she was going back for a final on Monday. She was actually going to be coming back home on Tuesday after the final on Monday. So here's this right here. I'm going to share this link with you. This is the News Nation video, okay, where they sat down. All right, so right here we're at the 8 minute and 30 second mark. Okay. Damn, StreamYard stopped my comments. Hold on. I know. It's my comments keeps they're not scrolling like they're you know what I mean? I have to like keep moving them. Hold on. The ladder. So here's the thing. The next day, day 1 demo, the ladder was leaned up against 1112. Day 2 demo, I was waiting for a news station to go live with the demo of day 2 because that's one of the main things I was looking for, was if that ladder was still going to be there. Well, the thing is when you saw Demon Lady talking about her own closure, you remember that interview? Demon Lady standing by 1112 talking about how they're ready for closure and shit. You don't see the ladder there anymore. So somebody snuck off with it. Somebody snuck off with it. So that's when the ladder disappeared. Somewhere between the night after the demo or the night of the demo and the morning after, somebody took it. I don't know. I just don't know. Well, and this is what's crazy, right? And I'm going to be bringing it up when we get into that interview, that part of the interview. What's crazy is that they say some really interesting things. They talk about the date with the guy that said go make me a damn sandwich or whatever, which I don't know. I'm starting to wonder if the guy that yelled at called her a bitch and told her to go make a damn sandwich, I'm starting to wonder if that dude, you know what I'm saying? Because if you have that kind of attitude towards women, let's just be real. Let's just be real. If you got that kind of attitude towards women, you got some anger issues already. You know what I mean? Like if you're on a date with a girl, and you say, bitch, go make me a sandwich, like what? Say that shit to my sister, man. You know? Say that shit to my daughter. We got problems. So think, I mean, shit. You got that kind of, who's to say? Where's that motherfucker live, right? Where's he live? Does he live at Queen Road Apartments? Was he one of the dudes that was like Enon, running out there with a half bottle of cooking oil? He ran out there with something else, maybe something else that caught girls' attention. Yeah, let's go out on a date sometime. All right. And then all she is just a half a block over, couple steps away from the house. It's easy to go hang out. And then she's over there hanging out, and he says that shit. Where's that dude live? That's what I want to know. Sleuthers out there? Who's the guy that said that shit, and where did he live? Look it up. You know what I mean? I bet, to me, that's suspicious to me. Yes, Demon Lady. What's up, Beth? Oh, Demon Lady. Yeah, the lady that if you pull her, you know, the blonde lady that speaks for the, you know, it's, we needed our closure. My ass. The families are the ones you should be worrying about, Demon Lady. You know, she pulls her hair back and she's got those pointed ears and she takes the makeup off and her skin's green, baby. That Demon Lady. Make him a quesadilla. That's what it was. Thank you, AG. Make him a quesadilla. Yeah. Where in the hell? That sounds good, too. Hey, when you got all this shit on your mind, shit. A quesadilla, sandwich, it becomes the same damn thing. I have 25 plus years of Shakespeare in the park and we don't joke them like, you know. Yeah. Yeah. They were, Tiffany, they were referring to how Jack D never talked to her that way. And we'll get into that interview and you'll see what I'm saying. They do talk about it, but they're referring to Jack D not getting that way with her because that's the quesadilla is what started the conversation. The quesadilla is what led to them saying that they said, well, Jack would never be that way. And they said, yeah, Jack never. And then after they said Jack never, then Steve talked about and Christy talked about his temper. So it was in reference to Jack D's calmness, you know, how she'll never find another Jack, what they say. You know, it's the same thing. I don't know. Quesadilla sandwich, when you got all this shit on your mind, it's the same thing. Yes. Yeah, that's what started the combo. All right, so we're going to get to this. This is where they say, we're going to, trust me, we got more. I have people in the background. No, I have a shit ton of prep for a shit ton of shit. We're going to be having some M&D shows. We're going to be having some Jack shows, and we're going to be having some shows, trust me. So thank you all for hanging out and being part of the community. I appreciate it. Sue, ticket number 90. It's all good. Thank you for hopping in. Appreciate it. We're going to have more shows coming up here. Now, I won't be on in the morning tomorrow. Because I'm going to be hanging out with Andrew D. Myers, law offices of Andrew D. Myers. Shout out to them. I'm going to be making an appearance on their show tomorrow, so I won't be here tomorrow morning, but I will be here tomorrow night. So don't look for me in the morning, but look for me at night. And then I think they will drop the episode that I'm on with them on Saturday. And if you didn't see the first episode that I was on with them, go check it out. But please understand, during that episode, I was going off a mobile hotspot because the cable company was supposed to be out there to fix it that morning, and they canceled and switched it. And then I had to literally go mobile hotspot at the last second, and I couldn't even reschedule because it was already too late. So please understand that. Please understand that. It ain't going to happen this time. And we're going to be wearing that baby blue hoodie tomorrow. Oh, yeah. All right. This is where Steve, G, and Christy say that Kaylee was going back for a final on Monday. If you're just joining the show, here is the link for the video, and the timestamp is at 8 minutes and 23 seconds, but we're going to be starting just a skosh before that.
There, and just put a bunch of stuff in the back. So,
and you
it
know,
was still there because
Murphy's crate was in there.
Class on Monday, and that was it.
So she was going to take some finals on Monday, and she was going to be back on Tuesday.
And she was going to be back on Tuesday, right there. They said it right there. I'm sorry, the timestamp ends at 8:24. It starts at. Let me play it again, so in case you missed it the first time.
So,
and
8:13 to 8:24.
You
it
know,
was still there because
Murphy's crate was in there.
Class on Monday, and that was it.
So she was going to take some finals on Monday, and she was going to be back on Tuesday.
There you go. She was gonna take her final class on Monday and be back on Tuesday. And you're gonna hear the same thing about being back on Tuesday and what she was doing a couple days before and what she had planned to do a couple days after. We're, like I said, key interviews tonight, everybody. We're gonna get back to this one after we watch this other one, because I don't know if you guys remember, this was a video from about a year ago, and we got to watch it and we got to enjoy it for a while, and then unfortunately, because of trolls out there, she had to take the video down, or chose to take the video down for her own reasons, which are understandable, because, you know, when you're doing this YouTube shit, there is a lot of bullshit in the background that people don't realize that YouTubers go through. And so I just want to say, hey, you know, the beautiful production, beautiful channel, a beautiful soul for the true crime community. Thank you, Kelly. I appreciate that. Thank you for putting Andrew D up there. Another beautiful soul in the true crime community, Chronicles of Olivia. This video was taken down for a while or put on private for a while for reasons to her. But it became available again a while back. And as I was actually, because I was, it started off, I was kind of looking at other videos and stuff, you know, and I was like, damn, where is that part where they talked about the final on Monday? And then all of a sudden I was starting to watch this and I was like, maybe it was this one, you know, because we were striking out. Maybe it was this one. So I was watching this one. Shout out Kelly Miller. Appreciate your help so much. She was looking up in other ones. We're both looking at the same time. And it was beautiful because it was a tag team effort, because not only she found the video right here that we're seeing right here. Thank you. Shout out Kelly. But also, as I was going back over this one, I was like, whoa, hold on a minute, people. And then that's what became of this piece of paper. Not to mention all the other things that we started off with the show tonight. If you're just jumping in, trust me, you can skip the intro 10 minutes. You're not going to want to miss any part of the shows that we have, especially since we've came into 2024 and a few days before that, because I'm telling you right now, it's been freezing damn cold in this damn show. And what I mean is freezing damn cold. Okay? That's what I'm saying. More info earlier tonight for you guys to enjoy. All right, so we're going to switch to this one. This is Chronicles of Olivia's video. And like I said, if you have a notebook, you might want to grab stuff, because there's a lot of stuff. I'm going to pause it here and there, and I'm going to kind of give you my notes as I went through this and watched this. But take some yourself and then throw it down in chat, and then make sure you keep notes, because we're definitely going to be going through this again in future shows, okay? There's the link for the video. All right, and we're going to start this off here. 1 second.
It was a scavenger hunt. Getting frustrated, don't blow a gasket. Head to the link to get your Easter basket. She did a, yeah.
It must have been that year that they dressed up in the bunny costume. It was Jack dressed up in that bunny costume.
And I have a question for you guys before we get started. I want to know how many people knew this. How many people know that Kaylee didn't move into 1122 until June of 2022? How many people know that Kaylee only lived at 1122 for 6 months? I'm being serious. How many people? June of 2022. And you want to tell me that the incel at Queen Road theory doesn't make sense? You want to tell me that the incel at Queen Road doesn't make sense? Think about it, people. Like, I know that, listen, I didn't even like the word incel. You know, you can go through all my shows. I didn't like the word incel. I'm like, incel, what? BK, what? Beginning, very beginning, I could see it. because it was a jealous, rageful attack. It spells incel, right? That's why all the profilers were saying incel, incel, incel until BK got arrested, and then all of a sudden incel didn't make any damn sense. Okay? But really, think about it, people. Kaylee, you know how many people she had following her on fucking TikTok? You know what I'm saying? 150,000 fucking people following her on TikTok. Her TikTok videos had multiple million views. Multiple million views. Somebody's going to the same college. Somebody's going to the same college. They've been living at Queen Road the whole time. And then all of a sudden, Kaylee moves there. 6 months. Nothing turns to obsession. 6 months. That's it. I just wanted to ask. Incel at Queen Road,
When
man.
my kids came over.
And Kaylee hopped off down the street in the bunny suit.
Yeah.
And she still had her dark hair. Yeah, the years just fly by, and but that's her only family photo.
Their daughter, Kaylee Gonzalez, followed me on TikTok and shared my videos with her family, which is why her father, Steve, reached out to me a few weeks ago. This interview is bittersweet and personal.
Well, thank you for having us. We're very honored, and we're very sorry for your loss, and we want to help in any way we can. And I think telling Kaylee's story is profound, and I think that's really important.
Giving her humanity.
And humanizing her story.
Humanizing her.
What was Kaylee like as a child?
She was very rambunctious. She just was full of energy. She was the middle of 5, so 2 older, 2 younger. Olivia was the oldest, and just was constantly trying to keep up with the olders, and then be a little boss hog to the littles. She was the fair police. Nothing got past her. If there was, a $200 pair of shoes that she wanted during when school started, and we had school clothes to buy for everybody, it was like, Kaylee, you got to bring that down a little. We have 5 kids to buy for. You might as well just buy them for her now, because she would just nag you to death until you just buy them, and the other kids would be like, wow, we'd be like, she.
Yeah, there was also rumors of how she said that people would be standing outside looking through her windows. Listen, nobody's gonna report anything. Like I said, when I was there, if you're sitting in your vehicle and you're a person that lives there, nobody's gonna think anything out of the ordinary. Nobody's going to think anything out of the ordinary. That's why if you listen to the theory about Queen Road Apartments incel, they were already, they just naturally came home. Because that's where they parked to go home. And then nothing turned into a desire that then turned into an obsession, that then turned into an uncontrollable desire, that then turned into a brutal crime. And nobody would have noticed anything. And that is stalking. And who knows, maybe some nights he wanted to get out of his car because he felt ballsy, and he wanted to walk up to next to the tree that I was even referencing to you guys, and maybe that's when they notice people looking in. Because you would really notice somebody looking in, right? If you're looking out your sliding glass door, and as soon as you look out, somebody's standing next to the tree, because it would be right where in line with that the slab for the patio. Remember, if you're on the left side of that tree, I was telling you guys, you got a straight shot where you can see in the sliding glass door in the bottom, in the second floor, you can see the second floor living room, the entrance, and DM's doorway. So when you have that straight kind of a shot, that's what I'm saying. Just think about it going straight up, because those sliding glass doors go straight up. They're in line with each other, right? So think about it. She's in her room. She's on her computer. She might be looking over there. She's looking at the dog. She goes to pet the dog. She glances off to the side, looks out the window of the sliding glass door, and sees somebody peeping behind a tree. There's so many things that are underneath, stalking and all of these other things. This could be something that nobody would even notice. Like I said, this person, if they're living at Queen Road Apartments, they could have walked out, showed you the front door. They could have walked out the front door and literally looked off to the right and could see what was going on the deck and in the backyard. Like it was literally, just picture them up higher than the third floor deck, and then they can look just right over the street. It's not very far. I mean, you can literally look over and down. You have like the best vantage point. Who's to say the dude didn't smoke? What if he went out and went to go smoke, and he stood out there and he just sat there like this while he's smoking, and then looked off to the right and then kept watching him on the third floor deck, and just kept doing this. So then if they did glance over, then he would just go like this, right? But then when they weren't, then he's sitting there watching still. You know what? I already went through another one. Let me light another one, right? I'm not looking suspicious because I'm just outside my front door having a freaking cigarette, watching what's going on that third floor balcony. And then I'm like, you know what? I want to go look through the windows. I'll just go walk to my car in the parking lot behind the windows, and I'll have a perfect view. And then when Susie comes out and she gets into her car next to me, guess what? She's not gonna, hey, what's up, Susie? How you doing, Susie? Hey, what's going on? Oh, nothing. I just figured I'd hang out in the car for a few, have a cigarette. Oh, okay. Have a good night. You too. You ain't gonna look nothing different. Nobody's gonna notice anything. Nobody's gonna go, oh my gosh, there was this creepy guy. But you know who would say, oh my gosh, this is this creepy guy? One of the girls that can see one of the dudes peeping next to the trees, next to where he parked his damn car, which is where he parks his car so he can frickin' go home to the Queen Road Apartments. I just heard they buried the pieces of the house. Oh, I don't know about that, Sammy. Because you know what that's going to do? That's going to make somebody try to get together a search party for the pieces to prove that the tunnels exist. Oh my gosh. There's your fucking freeze. Now, oh my gosh. Now we're going to have a search party looking for pieces of the tunnel. There is curtains, though. There is curtains. I'll show you real quick before we play more of this. Look, there is curtains. Truth and Transparency showed that earlier. See these curtains right here? Like she said, they're probably blackout curtains, because if you look, it's got that black material right where so I'm pretty sure they are blackout curtains. And you can look right here too. See? Those are curtains. So yeah, there are curtains on there. There are curtains on there. And Steve G did say that she was very notorious for locking the door, but who says, people forget all the time. So who's to say that it was locked? But there are curtains up there, yes. They could have they didn't even have, this is what I'm saying, Aaliyah. Literally, just think, you saw the guy, hold on. Let me take you there. Hold on one second. I got to take you there. I got to take you there. Give me 1 second. I got to take you there. All right. So, wait. Nope. That's not the video. Hold on. That's a different video. This video. My bad. All right. So watch. This is the view. It's not much. I'm going to pause it. Okay, right. So, right here. Look at the deck. I'm going to rewind it a little bit. Look at the deck, right? Look at where the deck is at, where the vehicle is, okay? Now notice, and we're going to transition, okay? Now what I want you to understand is that between these two properties, there's an open spot where the frickin' deck is on the Queen Road apartments, and I'm going to show you that too. Now this is an older picture. Ooh, nice. Here we go. Ah, shit. Hold on. Watch the deck. See the deck? Okay. See the deck? It's right where like the red hand is, okay? So you can compare it. The deck is a little bit above where the red hand is, and I'm on a level parking lot here for right now. Watch. Okay, now you see the top of that. Okay? You see the top of this. You have a shot that goes down. So if somebody's looking to the side, they're not going to see you way up there. Their peripheral is going to go to the sides. Now, this is what I'm saying. Somebody could have literally been watching because, look, see the sides of Queen Road apartment here? Look. See how it's got those slots, okay? It's for privacy. Okay? It's for privacy. So, if you're right there and you don't have your porch light on and you're out there smoking a cigarette, ain't nobody going to be able to tell that you're looking over here. And watch, I'm going to show you something else when it comes to the foliage. This is exactly a year to the crime. This is from the footage that if you missed yesterday's show, we went through a whole bunch, day and night footage, real footage without a dash in it. All right, now look, see the foliage. See, there's barely this tree right in front of me, where my camera's at. That's where I'm at. Okay, that's away from the deck. Look, there's barely any foliage on these trees. And look, that tree right there, watch how it disappears as we get closer to the apartment. There are no obstructions for somebody to look out their fucking front door and sit here and watch these girls just like they can in the parking lot. That's why I continue to say I feel like it was an incel at Queen Road Apartments. Watch this tree disappear. Watch. Straight shot. Down. Perfect view. Like I said, and if they got bored because they were just watching during a commercial of Jeopardy and wanted to come hang out for 2 hours and watch the girls, well, I'll just go park right back here off to the left a little bit, or just right here and use these trees as cover, because I can literally see through all these windows. And maybe I will jump out and go to the left of that tree and kind of hang out around that tree and get that straight shot going into the sliding glass doors. And oops, somebody caught me a couple times, but it's okay because I crawled my way back up to this dark ass parking lot. How dark is it? Oh, I'll show you how dark it is. It's this dark. I'm going to go ahead and crawl my ass back up this dark ass parking lot, and I'm going to get into my car or just hang out down there and creep for a minute and wait till somebody's not looking, and then I'll just walk back home. That way nobody knows who was creeping, right? How are you going to tell? How are you going to tell where I'm crawling if this is what it looks like at night? How are you going to tell? What's up, Sam? Do Susie again? I don't know. Just names pop into my head. I don't. Isn't that nasty too, Nancy? Yeah, that's what I was telling people a long time ago. Just look up SAs near me, and you'll be fucking surprised, people. And if you haven't looked it up, please do, because everybody should be aware. That's some disgusting shit. I don't know. I'm just saying. When I'm painting this out to you, I mean, and think about it even more. The girls were there for multiple years. And then the first time it happens is on a night that nothing's going on in the house. And guess who's back in town? Uh-oh. The person that lives there that might have been sitting in their fucking car. And all of a sudden they said, oh my gosh, she's back. I can't believe she's back. Because guess what? They were all outside hanging out, taking photos, kicking it, right? You don't think the incel would have had his window open? Maybe. And was like, oh my gosh, I recognize that voice. Oh my gosh. My one true love of a lifetime came back. And then who says to say, the incel didn't say, oh my gosh, she's back. That's enough courage for me to go up and introduce myself. And then all of a sudden he got rejected. And then that was like, you know what? You know what? Which sliding glass? The sliding glass door, that's the kitchen. The sliding glass door on the second floor is the one that, I mean, that's because it doesn't say DM went or DM didn't state that the person walked by and walked towards the stairs to go up to the third floor to go out that sliding glass door. DM states in the PCA that they walked by and then towards the sliding glass door. So that always led me to believe that they were talking about the second floor. But then when they tell you that we don't know how the person left, well, yeah, the door was open, and I'm sure windows were open too, because who in the hell is going to be able to handle that kind of smell, y'all? Who in the hell is going to be able to handle that kind of smell? Same spot at night. You know what I'm saying? You can sit there and watch. All right, we're going to go back to Chronicles of Olivia. Shout out to her. I just wanted to share that real quick. I love having these conversations with you guys. You know, we could, and I love being able to show you guys footage of, you know, I do plan on getting some more footage here in a couple weeks. I'm going to be trying to go to another location to get footage for a case that we're going to start talking about, and another case that we haven't talked about for a while. So I do plan on getting some more. I'm going to have another video source added into the rotation of all of the footage that I will be collecting. So you're going to get even better shit than this too. But I love being able, and thank you to the community for all your contributions. Because of your contributions, I'm able to do this stuff. I'm able to take this real footage and these real photos, and I'm really able to explain to you the area as best as I can, because only pictures can do so much. And that's why I try and be so descriptive when I'm talking about footage, and when I'm talking what's in the footage, is because I'm trying to give you guys the best painted picture possible, because I know you can't be there. So I am referring to how Perp entered. Oh, yeah, but You'll listen. Watch when they talk in this Chronicles of Olivia video. You will hear him talk. They don't know for sure. They said it could have been the back. It could have been this. So, like I said, get your notebooks for real because there's going to be a lot of stuff we don't want to miss in it. All right, we'll get back to the video, and it was just the intro, so we'll go ahead and get that going. Thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate you so much. Oh, come on. Here. And let me know if this is too loud, okay?
Mom, can I, mop the floors with my daughters? And Mom would be like, yeah, I mean, that's a super good deal. And so she kind of got this like name about herself growing up where like she was the cleaner, right? So like
that's why I'm saying get your notebook because he says a lot. They say a lot. And we will hit all of these. Trust me. We will hit all of these. Like I said, these are 2 key interviews, and there's probably more key interviews, but to me, these are the 2 key interviews for this show tonight.
Kaylee was like the one who was like she was known, where like she knew that if she, before Mom and Dad got home or whatever, did the dishes, wiped the counters, swept the floors, and mopped.
Thank you,
I was going to give her 20.
Please hit the like.
And she was going to beat you to do it. And I got to the point where my brother and I didn't even try anymore because we were just like, Kaylee's going to do it anyway. Because she was just a hustler like that. Because even before, now she was into, obviously her Range Rover, she's really proud of that. Her designer clothes, stuff like that. That was just who she was. But it started with Claire's, with hair accessories, and then it was Bath and Body Works, and she was collecting the scents and the little hand sanitizers.
Everything was a competition.
Everything was a competition,
Stephen
and it was.
Woke up after playing a video game with her, and she was still playing it. He's like, "I'm in trouble." This girl wants it more than me. She wants it more than me.
It seems like she's
Playing a game in the middle of the night.
She had 2 older brothers. Brothers. Bryce was just right there.
Her cousin grew up very
So
close
she
with
thought
her.
she could be as fast as them. She could ride the
Always
bike.
wanted to race them. Wanted to ride the motorcycle.
We would go out on the lake. The boat, our parents had a boat.
Yeah.
We would go out, and my dad would say $5.
And watch how he acts with Olivia too. You can tell he's such a good dad. Just watch him. And even when he starts, there'll be parts of this interview where he's talking about Kaylee, and he'll start to choke up, and then he just kind of squeezes next to her even more. And he doesn't squeeze her next to him. It's the little things, people. He doesn't squeeze her next to him. He goes to her to squeeze her when he needs the comfort. Great dad. It's a great dad.
Whoever is the first in the water for this.
It's the little things, people. The little things.
59 degrees
Nobody
by the time
wanted
we're
to
going
go.
out. Kaylee was.
It was $5.
It was $5. It was $5, and she would do it. And she would do it for $5. She jumps into that water. She instantly pops her head up and is bawling. Just bawling. It was that cold. But she couldn't let the boys beat her. She couldn't let me beat her.
No.
She couldn't let anyone beat her. She was
Love
like,
that memory.
it was definitely the financial motivation as well as her just being like, I'm going to be number one.
Yeah.
There was this big pole in the lake, and you could kind of climb up it. It was a little rickety, but you could get to the top and you could jump in. I was always too scared to do it.
About 40
Kaylee was
feet.
like, she watched.
Seriously, think about it, people, because if he says that they didn't have to go upstairs, then why did they have to go upstairs first? Or why did they have to go upstairs from the sliding glass door on the 2nd floor? If he's saying they didn't have to go upstairs, who knows? I don't know. It's just weird shit.
Steven do it, the boy. I was like, I'm not doing that. And I was like, Kaylee, don't do it, Kaylee, no. And she's like, I'm not scared, Olivia. You're just being a baby for being scared. And she climbed her ass up that pole.
Oh, what's up,
and she
Danny?
jumped
Thank
off.
you for hopping in.
And it was
He was
tall.
rooting for her the
We
whole
have
time.
pictures of her. We have pictures
He was
of her.
rooting. He's like, "Don't look down," because I told the kids,
Don't
if you
look down, Kaylee.
you'll do a face plant.
It was tall.
Yeah.
So it was my idea. My mom she had Autumn, who's the 4th baby, and she was pregnant with Aubrey, who was the 5th. So she was upstairs taking a nap. And my dad was still at work, and I was kind of just watching. My little siblings, we were all just hanging out. I had an idea that we had a double garage, and it was an automatic door. And I don't know why, but I got this idea, like, that we should have a competition and see who could hold on to the garage door as it went up.
And that roof too, AG. Because they weren't looking at them tiles, were they? They weren't looking at those tiles outside of the window either. They weren't looking at them. That's why you can go back to some of my shows from a year ago, and I'm like, I bet you they jumped down out of that window. I was saying it a year ago. It's no lie. You can go watch.
The longest, and then you would drop. And so we were doing this. We had like a whole setup. Like at one point, my brother was like, "We need a washcloth. This is cutting my hands." Right? That should have been our notion to stop. Right? I should have known better. But we all got so competitive about it. So by the time my dad, drove up home,
And the kids are hanging on the garage.
that's been going nonstop for
Up and
40
down,
minutes.
up and down.
Oh my god.
Just the little garage engine that could. And this garage door, if it had come ground enough, about 250 pounds.
Oh, yeah.
Would have crushed us.
Scared me to death.
It was the only time ever growing up that Dad actually got mad at us and like we were in trouble. And I remember Steven and I we were upset, we were crying, we had disappointed our dad, right? We were so sad. And Kaylee just kind of wasn't. We thought that was all weird until
Whoa, that was a dog, not here. Yeah, I never really saw that. I just remember when we were doing I showed it earlier in one of the videos where I was doing my Google Guy walk around. And that's when I noticed, I was like, look at the cars compared to the roof. It's only like another couple feet. That ain't much when you're jumping off to gravel. I used to roof. I've jumped off of roofs before onto gravel, Not that I suggest anybody do it. Take your ass down the ladder. But I have jumped because I lost my balance a couple times and I had no choice but to jump. But with how high that roof was, it wasn't very high. You look at the pictures with the police SUV that was backed up and kind of cornered, backed up. Yo, that's like another foot or two above the SUV. That's nothing. When you're jumping from that little roof down to gravel, it ain't nothing. It's nothing.
Till my dad kind of like realized like him just being disappointed wasn't enough for Kaylee. I told a little prankster, but we were all pranksters. Like Mom and I would prank the shit out of Kaylee all the time. Like we
That's
just
the way
didn't
I raised you
match.
guys. I raised you guys to be like interesting like that.
She really didn't do any like major sports or anything like that.
What's up, American
She
Prince?
definitely. We all did baseball. She was on the same team as my brother
What's up,
actually, but she didn't do that for long. She wanted to do soccer for a minute, Dad, but I think she just did like a soccer camp for summer and she was out of that. She never did like the cheerleading.
Softball for a year.
Yeah.
And I also said the same thing too back then as well. It was like, I mean, if you think about it, you are crafts and crime, that it's logical. You know what I mean? It really is. It really is. But with the sounds, it's like you want to think that, but then crafts and crime, when I go to the PCA statements and you hear about the dog first and then you hear about I think somebody's here. Those are both upstairs. I think the person came through the sliding glass door upstairs and came through and had to play with the puppy for a minute because the puppy was left in the room to go to sleep. So they had to play with the puppy real quick. The puppy's a lovable puppy from strangers because you heard about all the strangers and how lovable the puppy was. So somebody coming in there to creep, it's a lovable puppy. It just wants to get petted by anybody because that's what it's used to. So it gets petted by anybody. They walk to it. They shut the door. That's when the girls think that they think they hear somebody, especially with the puppy. And then they come downstairs, and then that's why you hear a whimper and a male voice. So, I mean, that's what you would think, and that's what I was saying in the beginning. But after the PCA, I mean, with the way that I don't know. It could be though, because definitely there's so many holes in the freaking PCA period anyway. It could be. You know, any of us could be freaking right. And that's what I'm saying. We all have, even though we all have different puzzle pieces and mine might not fit yours, doesn't mean that yours isn't going to fit somebody else's that then fits mine. You know what I'm saying? Like, just because ours don't fit doesn't mean that they're not legit. Yours could fit that, and then mine could fit the one that you're, you know, it's community. So who knows? Anybody of us could be right.
Yeah, she did the. Well, I was wondering because you guys were talking about the competitiveness, and I'm thinking,
she was born that way.
Yeah.
Honestly, like she really did. I remember the day Kaylee was born. You know, I'm about 5 years older than Kaylee, so I must have been around 4 or 5. But I remember the day Kaylee was born.
Best part about the story is when kids.
That's a good question, Crime Solomon.
Yes. So Kaylee's clear.
Here's the truth. I whipped her ass.
Oh yeah, we got spanked. I just want to say that.
Like, I literally see my kids dying in front of my eyes, and I ran up and I was like,
"What are you guys doing?"
And they're like, "Yeah, it's so fun, Dad. We're gonna do it again." I'm like, "No, you're not. You just basically give me the worst dad award ever." My kids are gonna die from it.
I think she still
so
does.
We go inside. They get weapons. Dad's mad. You know, Steven and I are just blubbering messes. Our dad's mad at us. Stone faced. And Kaylee's just stone faced. And we're like, this is weird. Right? Kaylee cried. My dad notices and he clicks. Something clicks with him. And he goes, "By the way, Kaylee, I'm not taking you to Claire's tonight." And she dropped to her knees and started bawling because for her, give her any corporal punishment. You know, tell her you're disappointed in her. Tell her, you know, that was a bad move. But don't take Claire's at the time.
Not going to the mall. Not taking you to the mall.
Yeah, she wasn't going to the mall, and that was it. She had already planned her next outfit. The next day around that Claire's accessory she was gonna get. I don't know. But
she wound up getting it all.
She did. She actually did.
She did a lot of chores.
She did a lot of chores. She was like, all right, let me finagle my way out of this. What if I iron your shirt, Dad? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Can I wash the boat?
Do you remember the first time the girls met? I know you said they met.
I didn't think he was I mean, I'm sure he's in contact with the agency. I don't know if he's being monitored by him. Who said? What's up, Mark and Betty? Thank you. Ticket number 110. Who said Steve was being monitored? I'm sure he's in communication. Howard Bloom. Well, I think back then they were monitoring him, and that's when they came. Okay. I don't know if I would call it monitoring. Okay. They were probably keeping an eye on him because they did eventually have to go to Steve. He says it in this interview too. They eventually had to go to him and be like, "Yo, slow down. You're like way ahead of us." You know? I'm sure they were peeping what he was doing. I mean, think about it. They're the ones that had the grub truck. They're the ones that talked to the DoorDash driver, the private driver, or not DoorDash, the private driver. They're the ones that talked to the private driver. They got the information about the grub truck video from the private driver. The private driver was the private driver that kept driving them around privately. Multiple times. Multiple times. So is all you all want to, you know, you guys, I know the stuff that you guys are discussing about the private driver. You guys are sending me the information. Trust me, I appreciate it and I see it. And it is suspicious as hell. And another thing that is suspicious is that this private driver was a continual private driver. Highly suspicious.
They met each other in the 6th grade, but do you guys remember that event when they met? Like when she came home and first told you about her friend
These girls
Maddie?
definitely know that. Talk about how conservative
How?
Maddie's, we had been hearing about Maddie, her new friend that she.
Let me see. I'm going to skip it ahead just a little bit because they're going to be talking. I think it's about right here. Let me see. I'm just going to skip it to about right here. Just a few minutes, just to save on some time here. Here's the link to the full video if you want the full thing.
You know, they were.
And definitely go show some love if you haven't shown love on this video already. I'm talking about the one from Chronicles of Olivia.
In a group of bigger friends, but it was always Kaylee and Maddie, you know?
Yeah.
Always. You know, there was a couple other friends.
It was
throughout
like
the
this like
years.
ebb and flow where it was like, you know, they were always together, but like there was always room for others because they really were sisters. You know, it wasn't like this competition between them of this best friend slot. Like that was always a given, and they really were just kind of combined, I guess, in a way that was more complex than a friendship.
Yeah.
So it was like you'll see a lot of pictures of Kaylee with other people or Maddie, or I've seen a lot of people say, well, how close could they be if they were in different sororities? And
that
that
was
was
hard.
just
That
so
was hard for them.
It was
because they both went and rushed to get to the AV house, and Kaylee got in and Maddie did not, and she wound up in Pi 5. But it was really good.
It was so good for them
because they really did live their lives a little bit different, separately for those couple of years. Even though the houses were right around the corner for each other, there was a lot of devotion that you had to put within those houses, within those groups of girls and stuff. So Maddie made a ton of new friends, and Kaylee made a ton of new friends, and I mean they still spoke a lot, you know, but
came home every time together. They would drive back together, like
vacations
like
together,
sisters. Where it's like,
you know, Mexico and stuff, and
how it was, you know, like.
And then Kaylee moved in with.
They didn't want anybody exposing their cover up.
They moved out of their sorority houses a couple of years ago. And Maddie moved into that house, and Kaylee had moved into an apartment. And then last June, Kaylee moved in to Maddie.
Okay, that's a perfect picture. All right. When I had my trip in Moscow, and anybody new to the show, I was there from 11/8/2022 until 11/15/2022. And if you were there with me when I was doing a live show, I was on location. I was doing a live stream on location. I haven't mentioned this, I don't think, since that live. And this is the perfect picture that just popped it into my head because I wanted to remind you guys. And for any of the people that are in the community that were there with me when we were doing the live that night, when I was in Moscow and Pullman, remember that night when I was telling you that I was driving around and I was getting footage, one of those first, I think it was the second day. I was driving around getting, this isn't my shot though. This is a Chronicles video. This shot right here is going to make, it reminded me of what I just told you, like when I was on location a month and a half ago during the anniversary. I was talking about on one of those lives that the first day or two that I was getting footage, I was driving along the right side. So I was going up Walenta. So I was leaving King Road and I was turning left on Taylor/Walenta, right? And as I was going around that curve and I was going up next to the side of Sigma Chi, do you guys remember when I told you there was like mostly busted out windows and most of them had plywood just covering the broken window? That's how fucking shit. It was just horrible. If you guys remember that, this is a perfect picture to show you. I'm not bullshitting. Look at the back of the Sigma Chi house. So if you guys remember, and if you don't, and if you weren't there, yes, when I was there, freaking most of those windows coming up that side are busted out, and you can tell they're busted out because they're all broken, and then they're like taped up. Some windows just have a piece of plywood over them. And it's most of the windows going up and down the fucking house. I'm just like, because in my mind, that's those first couple days, whoever was there with me, that's when I started telling you, man, something's weird. The community is not flourishing like the university should be flourishing them, because, and then that's when I started wondering how much pull and how much influence and how much money does this university control if the people that live in their own community keep donating and donating and donating and donating to all their damn freaking programs, but then they have shit like this. It's not just a Sigma Chi thing. The whole reason I started going what is because I was going in neighborhoods. I was going in residential neighborhoods too. And I'm seeing roofs that should have been replaced 10 years ago. And I'm seeing fences that are just torn the fuck up. And I'm seeing lawn ornaments and shit. And I'm going, what the fuck is going on? This university makes so much damn money. Why is the community have this? Because, hey, the more money you make, the more you spend. That's obvious. But you don't let shit like this go if you're flourishing as a community. You're able to knock off some funds to get this done and to get that done and to get that done. If the community's flourishing, you're able to get loans to be able to get projects done. Money flows. Why does not the money flow? Except for around that bubble for the University of Idaho. Perfect picture. It just reminded me, I wanted to tell you guys that about how it was shocking to me that I would drive up the side of frickin' Walenta, the side of Sigma Chi, people are going to drive by, and it's got broken and boarded up windows, mostly up and down the damn building. It's crazy. And this is a perfect picture to show you. The shit don't get taken care of.
House. A lot of people, I think, don't realize, but Kaylee was just about to graduate.
Thank you, Cherry. Appreciate that. Ticket 104.
She was fully graduated.
It
She was
wasn't a
done.
fake.
She was done.
She was done.
Yeah, it wasn't given posthumously. She earned it.
Yeah.
She earned it, and that was really frustrating for us. Because
Yeah.
it's almost like she knew she only had a certain amount of time on this planet, and she was rushing through it as fast as she could.
She always did summer school and whatnot, so she just only, a few weeks before that.
Not all of it. I'm not saying it looked like a ghetto or anything either. You know, I came from Akron. All right, I know ghettos. I'm not saying it looked like a ghetto. What I'm saying is that there were certain properties that will tell you that the community's not flourishing, because look, when there's a roof on a house, let's be honest, you own a house. What is the one damn thing that you make sure? A roof. Because if you don't have a roof, you don't have the rest of the house too much longer after that, right? That's why you see roofs caved in and fucking trees growing through them. You always, if you are flourishing, if your community is flourishing, you're able to get that home loan for a new roof. You're able to do to get the supplies on your own and do the roof yourself. If the community's flourishing, you don't drive around and see roofs that needed replaced 10 or 15 years ago. And I know what they look like because I used to roof. And that's the first things, that's when I first got to Moscow. And I saw roofs that needed to be replaced 10, 15 years ago. That's what already put it in the back of my head. And then as I was going around and I saw Sigma Chi, busted up, boarded window, broken windows, and I'm sitting there, put another thing in the back of my head, and then I started going to different parts of the neighborhood, and all of a sudden, CJ was going, what the hell's going on with this community? Because the university makes so much damn money. and they're donating like crazy, why is that roof not replaced? Why is this roof? Why is that roof? Why is that roof? That's the one part of a house you always make sure. And if you don't know, you know, because I'm going to tell you right now, you ain't got a roof, you ain't got a house too much longer after that. You got a roof, you can continue to make improvements. Think about it. It's true. You guys know that.
That she was going to be graduating in December. And she was so, she goes, I don't know who I want, though. I just might just get my degree. And I'm like, well, let us know, you know, because we'll
But
be
I
down
was
there.
proud of her to be like, I don't need the attention. Like,
And then,
I've earned it, and I've earned it fast, and I'm ready to just move on with my life. And I was like,
we will.
that's how we look at life. You know, it's not about the celebration; it's about just moving on to the next step. And gosh, it would have been just an amazing citizen for our country. The person that would show everyone like you can come from anything and do anything and just work hard and be a success. And that's
No, I'm not saying no. What I'm saying is if the university's making that money, they should be donating the money to the city, to the programs, to funding for programs, city stuff. So then it lessens the burden on the city. So then the city doesn't charge homeowners taxes as much as they do to the homeowners, which then reflects their bank account. See what I'm saying? It's when I'm talking about the community flourishing, people are able to get those home loans that are $50,000 and they're able to make payments on it, or they're able to remortgage. You know, they're able to restructure. They're able to do all these different things because everything is more accessible and fluid. So if the community's flourishing, well, then the banks are they're going to do loans a lot easier than a community that's not. Banks are going to be open to it, especially to somebody that lives in the community. They want to promote the community, so they're going to be willing to donate or to loan the money a lot easier to the community members. So if the university, I'm not saying the university's got to pay the people. It's the university taking care of the city, which then the city takes care of the community. Because they don't need to charge as much homeowners taxes and tax on this and pass this levy and do all these different things if they're getting funds from the University of Idaho. They don't need to, which then reflect on the homeowners in the community. But unfortunately, the university keeps it for themselves. They have programs out there that want donations. Hell, the city and the community is paying for the fucking memorial garden. And you got some guy that needs a roof 10 or 15 years ago and he can't get one because the city keeps passing fucking levies and bills for the university. Son of gosh, we got another freaking thing on the ballot. And then guess what? You live in a small 20,000, 30,000 town, and guess what's going to happen? Here's your Susie detective. Did you hear that Susie voted no? Oh my gosh. She's a traitor. Because they're saying that shit out in the public because they don't want somebody else to go, "Oh my gosh, Barb just voted no too." But behind closed doors, damn straight, they're saying the same shit. Another fucking... How many more of these do we got? How many more of these do we got to do, honey? When are we going to get when can we get our damn roof? Don't they get enough money from us already? Well, maybe next year, babe. Maybe next year they won't ask for so much. Please. Who needs a soundboard when I just make these fucking names and sounds myself? I'm just saying. Who needs a flashy soundboard?
That's such a good positive.
That's why I get so upset about the university and how much of a fucking scam they are and how they're skeezing this community. And it really makes me upset. So anytime you see me talking about the university, I hope you understand my creative passion that comes along with it, because I hate it when I see communities getting affected this way. And it's a voice that can't speak for themselves. You know what I mean? That's why I'm fucking here. Because I am that dude that will stand up in the damn boardroom and go, yo, wake up. Wake up.
We lost that, and that's really hard for us.
Yeah, and she just bought that Range Rover, and you guys must have been so proud.
2 days before.
I wanted her to buy something
bought it
more
on the-
reliable.
Yeah, I wanted
As
her
a dad, I was like, no.
She was looking at a few cars, and I said, get the Mercedes, get the Subaru. I said, but do not get that Range Rover, Kaylee. And she goes, I know, Olivia, but the name. And I said, it's gonna be nothing but problems for you. I tried to talk her out of it, and then my mom actually went home and she goes, she bought the Range Rover. And I was like, well, I'm proud of her. I was like, I'm just gonna bite my tongue. I'm proud of her.
She did it all on her own. And she called Maddie. It was really funny. She goes, Mom, I just called Maddie. And she had been like back and forth for days. This one. She goes, I asked Maddie, so which one do you think I bought? And Maddie said, I don't know, Kaylee. Probably a Ferrari at this point. And she goes, so she has no idea. She has no, and she goes, I'm just going to surprise her.
What's up, Knowledge?
You know, and I'm like, she's going to be surprised.
Oh,
It's nice. It is really nice.
But she worked for everything, right? You know, like she had her full-time job. It was technically an internship.
Me too, Scarlett. I was like, oh, look at that. January 2nd, 2022, 2024 City Council meeting. Yes. Hey, call out those freaking notifications, people. And if you guys want to sub, let me know. I'll drop the link and you can have the City Council notifications as well. They're pretty interesting, people. That's how we know that they're only worried about parking and water, which I keep trying to remind everybody. That's why the fucking tunnels are there.
But it was paid. I helped her negotiate a better rate on it. And
We're
then,
a family.
yeah,
It's always been a family.
She got a full-time position with that company as well. I helped her write her email to her boss. I still have it in my notes on my phone. Where I said, hi, Jeremiah. I said, hey, Jeremiah, you know, I'd like to talk to you, but it's so proud of her. And like, she always did that. Like, even as a kid, even with Claire, she always worked for it. You know, she never had anything handed to her, you know, anything like that. She always had the support of her family. But
she called me and was like, Dad, do I sound stupid in this proposal? I'm like, well, pitch it to me, girl. And she's like, all right, so I'm going to say this and this and this. And then we just go back and forth. And I'd be like, all right, you know, this is how you say this acronym. This is how you say this. She literally looked for everyone to help her because she was smart enough to understand that my hustle will work, but I still need the knowledge of all the people around me. And I think that was the...
And that's a great... I want to pause that real quick because that's what it's like at this community. You all know my hustle. I've had to hustle since I was this. Y'all know my hustle. But I need all of your guys' knowledge. That's why I say it's so important to explore all theories, thoughts, and opinions. Good night, typically. Appreciate you. Thank you for hopping in. Idaho4 revealed. Great shit.
Part that made me think, like, I never worried about her.
Never.
I always just like, dude, she's just gonna...
I never worried about Kaylee.
No.
She called us frequently. We called her. When we called, she answered. You know, she kept in touch with us. She made, you know, good choices, you know, positive choices.
And she learned from the mistakes of others. You know, like I was the older sister and like made a lot of mistakes, and Kaylee was the one to really like sit down and be like, okay, you messed up here, Olivia. Like, can you tell me why you did this? Like, walk through your thought process so I don't make that same mistake.
That's interesting.
You know, and it just made me really proud of her to like not have her only like learn from her own mistakes and like make her
What's
own
up, Lisa?
decisions,
Ticket number
but to
116.
be able to like look at those around her and, you know, with love in her heart too, to be like, help me be better, because you You know, she knew that's what we all wanted.
And you guys touched on something. I think we touched on it earlier at lunch. Going back to the night of the 12th, November 12th, and I think you hit, and I didn't even think of that perspective, but they did everything right.
Yeah.
And we discussed that. The buddy system. Explain all the things that they did.
Yeah, they.
So this is very important because they're going to go into a lot of boom, boom, boom. They're going to go into it.
They Ubered out together. They only went to known locations that they had been before.
Private driver.
They had a private driver. I apologize. It was a private driver that they had actually used before, so they knew him. They had a relationship with this individual.
Knew him as a family member, and he really helped us.
Yeah.
They knew him as a family member, and he really helped them. I'll play that again.
Ubered out together. They only went to known locations that they had been before.
Private driver.
They had a private driver. I apologize. It was a private driver that they had actually used before, so they knew him. They had a relationship with this individual.
Knew him as a family member, and he really helped us.
Yeah.
They knew them. He knew them as a family.
He turned us on to the food truck stuff.
Yeah.
He's a great person.
Good people.
So much help.
And then.
So much help. Okay, this is still private driver. So much help.
Only went to like known locations with known people, traveled only together on well-lit, known streets to get food before taking a private ride from the same individual who would pick them up home to go eat after a night of drinking, being 21, Ubering out, Ubering home with your friend.
And we're totally shut
and then going to bed.
And we're doing everything the way that you tell your kid to go. You
Yeah.
know, don't be two girls all by yourself. Have somebody there that can walk with you. Everything was perfect. Everything was good.
Yeah.
All the way up to where they went to bed and went to sleep.
Yeah.
And that I can't control. As a family, we can't control what happens when you go to sleep.
Yeah.
When you go to sleep, that's us as society. We have to determine, are we going to let these?
So they did according to them, and you know how much of a Sleuthor family they are, especially these two on the left. They did everything right. She was very aware. She learned from her sister's mistakes before she made them herself. She was always aware, always aware, always aware.
These people be out here that can do whatever they did, sneak into a house, whatever it was. Are we going to allow that to be normal? Are we going to allow that to be okay?
Yeah.
Because we all go to bed at night.
Yeah, what was their flaw? They didn't
Sneak into a house. Sneak into a house. Now remember the cop? Remember when we were watching that body cam and Rosie's standing there making a little pose against the pole before Kaylee comes out in her orange dress and he takes a photo of her license? You know the body cam I'm talking about. You remember? As they were walking up. Yeah, this deck don't have any stairs. There's no access. Right? Remember? Even the officer was like, there's no access. So if you do forget to lock a door, what door are you probably forgetting to lock? Probably the door where even the police officer notices there's no access, right? Because if there's no access, even to an officer, why would somebody living there think that there's access? Right? So when he's saying somebody snuck into the house, He says they didn't have to go up there, which could be taken different ways. And then you go to the PCA, you don't hear noise. Like we were saying earlier, if you come in that sliding glass door on the second floor, you probably go to the second floor bedroom first. Let's be real, because you don't want somebody on the second floor to come walking up behind you going up to the third floor. And when you listen to DM's statements, DM states upstairs first, then downstairs. You got a retaining wall right by the frickin' third floor deck. You already had 2 cinder blocks next to the grill by the back corner of the third floor deck. So somebody could have taken a couple cinder blocks, somebody could have taken a couple retaining wall blocks, or somebody that was tall enough, 5'10" or higher, somebody that was tall enough, 5'10" or higher, could have literally lunged themselves, and I've showed you guys with photos, and the community knows that was here just shortly. You can jump up on that back left corner, or the back right corner if you're in the parking lot. You can lunge yourself up there. You can get your hands on the side and pull yourself up there. And if anybody's going to forget to lock a door, it's going to be the door that even the police officer says doesn't have access. So you mix the sneaking in, and you mix me saying the person probably snuck in because Ellie says there was no forced entry. Somebody snuck in to the upstairs sliding glass door, hid in the room for a moment, and had to play with the puppy because the puppy was in the room by itself. And then you know the rest of the story, as I said earlier. These little teeny things, and there's a whole bunch of them in this episode, and we're going to go through them, and I'm going to go through them with you.
Have a nanny cam in their home? What could they have done to be more safe?
They locked the door perfectly.
Yeah. No, it's Moscow, Idaho. It's safe.
I wonder about the door because I can't.
The retaining wall? No. The retaining wall in the back right corner. Hold on. I'm going to show you guys. I'm going to use the body cam. I'm going to use the body cam real quick. 1 second. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. I'm just going to pull up the body cam. All right. Body cam. Here we go, right here.
Thanks, man.
All right. We're going to go body cam. Let me show you guys. Okay, so there. Let me see. You want to see the front of the driveway? I'm talking about the back, though. So here, I'm going to show you the front. So there's the front. See that retaining wall straight back? See that retaining wall? Now, guess what? That is literally that much far away, okay? So when I'm telling you that the person, see this as, I mean, this is a perfect picture, you guys. Hold on. Let me get it a little closer. And let me go back a little bit. 1250. I'm gonna take a picture and I'm gonna zoom it. I'm gonna show you what I'm talking about. Son of a. I'll get to your chat in a second. I can't watch your chat right now. I'm just off one screen here. Give me one moment. Right there.
Let me take this picture. I'm going to explain two things real quick. Okay, there's that one. And I'm going to take another one here too. All right, and then I'm going to take one going that way. I'm going to take two of them, and I'm going to explain two things here. And then I'll get to your chat as I'm pulling these up. So give me 1 second. I got to email them to myself. And I'm going to explain some shit here. All right, this one and this one. All right. Okay, let me get to your comments real quick. Thank you guys for being patient. You know, I'm just going off of one, so I can only like do so many things at once. That's why I appreciate you guys' patience when I have to kind of switch screenshot, send them to me, and all this other shit just to do this. I appreciate it. All right, so this is what I want to show you guys here. All right. Now, you guys remember when I was telling you, when I was talking to you, and I even showed you in the beginning of the episode when I was telling you the person, if they're not getting caught on 1126 camera, which is I think the camera that Steve G refers to, you saw my highlight video. See how, do you see what I'm saying, how far that roof is to that little SUV? Take a good look. You're going to tell me that that's not, come on now. Really, that's that big of a jump? No, it's not. It's not. Shout out AG sent me some stuff about this as well. I want to share those real quick. Right here. The ladder. But if you're going down the ladder, you're going to get caught on 1126. If you jump down, you're not. Now, when it comes for a close-up, shout out AG. Thank you. I appreciate you sending this to me. I have all this shit myself, but it's nice because I don't have to dig through it. Y'all help me out, and I really appreciate that. That right there, that was never, they never tested anything up there. They never looked at anything up there. They weren't looking at tiles or nothing. They weren't even fucking with that ladder, okay? This right here, not that far of a jump. Now, when I'm telling you, right, about the 1126 camera, if they jump from here and jump down, or jump down and walk in front of Bethany Funk's window, remember the window that has a shade that's stuck open. They walked through Bethany's window, and look, this is what I'm saying. When I'm saying they walked between the level that's it goes down from the street level in between the house, and there's no windows on this left side. This is that spot. Here's a front view of what I was showing you guys earlier. There's the front view. Drop down from the window, drop down here. That's a comfortable jump. You're walking in front of Bethany's window, and then you know that you have cover between trees and a house that has no windows on that side.
That picture shows you. I'm telling you, that roof is not tall. So, and that was probably the thud. And when I'm saying some cat activated the ring cam at 11:12, is probably because they were fucking with the trash in the back of 11:22. They either knocked the trash can down to get into the food, or the trash can got knocked down because they got spooked and ran between 11:18 and 11:12 to then activate 11:12's ring camera for the thud. Because think about it like this, and I'm going to walk you through it. So picture this. The cat's in the back. Hold on 1 second. All right. Come on, StreamYard. Is everything sounding okay? Because StreamYard looks like it's crashing. All right. I'm going to walk you through it with the thud, right? The person is in Zayna and Ethan's room. They walk out on that little part of the stoop roof there. Now, the reason that the cat's in the back. The cat's in the back messing with the trash. Guess what happens? First, you hear DM's statement of some whimpers, right? And then some guy says, "I'm going to help you." Okay? That means, this is what I think. I think Ethan was passed the fuck out. Probably couldn't wake him up because he was passed the fuck out. Think about the stain. Keep all this in your mind. Think about the stain too. I think Ethan's passed out. She can't wake him up. She gets up to see what she's hearing because she's hearing stuff upstairs too. Because you first hear a whimper and some male saying, "It's okay, I'm going to help." That's the person that got X. Then they move to the bed. They move more into the bedroom, and Ethan is asleep on the bed. And what happens is while that is taking place, the cat is messing with the trash. When the person that commits the crime delivers the blows, they hear sounds from Ethan, which sparks the cat. The trash is dumped over. It spooks it. While it's running away from the trash, the person is getting ready to walk out the window. The cat's walking in between 11:12 and 11:18, not walking, but spooked. And the person is already on the stoop when the cat is walking in front of the camera. The person jumps down off that little stoop. The cat already activated the camera. You hear the thud. And then you hear more sounds after that. By that time, the person's walking next to the side of the house with complete cover. And then when you want to mix in my incel theory at Queen Road, well, then you know what they do after that. They go from in between this house and they go right back over here. And that's why 11:26 doesn't pick up anything that just took place from jumping, walking through, and coming back up here. And when you look at that picture right there, and you look at the and you look at the crime scene photos of outside the house, and you see Bethany Funk's window has one shade that's cracked open and it's stuck. If anybody of you that owns those kind of shades and those blinds, guess what happens when you're peeking out, right? What happens? It gets stuck sometimes, doesn't it? It gets stuck just like you see Bethany Funk's windows. One shade got stuck in the peeping position. Exculpatory evidence. They walked by her window. And maybe the exculpatory evidence is they don't look anything like Koberger. And when I say that, I mean female. I'm just saying that's just what's in my head. $10 feet? I don't know. This right here, this person, we're just gonna say average. See that person standing next to the corner? We're just gonna give it an average because look, see the person standing next to the blue car? They're about the same height, so it's going to be an average height, right? What's your average height? 5'8" to 6 foot, right? 5'8" to 6 foot is your average height. 5'6" to 6 foot is your average height. So imagine that person's around 6 foot, little less. 5'8", we'll go 5'10", right? 5'10". Say that person's 5'10". Now, what we can do is we can take up to the t-shirt. Let's take the t-shirt down to the legs. T-shirt down to the legs is as big as my cursor on my screen. It may not be as big as the cursor on your screen, but it is for me. So I got a perfect measurement. Let me put that above their head. That's a good guess. That's a very good guess, AG, because with my cursor, if that person is 5'8" to 5'10", that's about a 10-foot ledge. D. Marie, thank you very much. Ticket number 133. Thank you so much. The cat's in the back. I mean, think about it. The trash. The trash was knocked over. Why was it knocked over? Because it spooked the cat. Why was the cat back there? Because the same cat's kicking it at Linda Lane. You know that cat from Linda Lane? Remember that cat? It's the neighborhood cat. It makes me think of that one song from, what's that band called? The Stray Cats. Eat my dinner from a garbage can. What's that song called? You know, the cat eating the dinner from the garbage can, dancing and shit. Yeah. It's the cat eating from the garbage can. Why do you think the garbage can was knocked over? It spooked the fucking cat, and the cat fucking ran. And by that time, because that person that did those injuries to Ethan and caused the noise was already done, and they were getting ready to get the fuck out, because if it spooked the cat, it probably spooked them, and they really needed to hurry up and get out. Now, it says that the person walked towards the sliding glass door. Doesn't say that the person left, and I want to throw a scenario out there and see what you think of this too, because this is gonna match the person jumping out of the window right here. Watch. The reason that DM stated that she saw them walking towards the sliding glass door was maybe that's where they had their backpack that had their kit in it, and they needed to grab it before they left. She never said they walked out the sliding glass door. The Ellie doesn't know. So just because DM states that he, male, walked towards the sliding glass door doesn't mean they walked over there, picked up their backpack that had the 10x8 unalive kit in their backpack that they already got cleaned up, right? Already got it figured out, cleaned up, put it in their backpack. They knew that backpack after that night was going to be a throwaway backpack. So everything that had evidence-wise was going in that damn backpack. Not to say the evidence wasn't on the outside of the backpack, because it probably was. But they weren't looking for that evidence at Queen Road Apartments, were they? They let a dumpster get away from them, didn't they? Yes, they did. Did you ever see them go into a landfill to do any kind of search? What'd they do for Quentin? You know what I'm saying? What did they do for Quentin Simon? What did they do for Quentin Simon? And you're going to tell me that if you have a dumpster that gets collected amongst everybody else's trash and then gets to go to the landfill, you're not going to set up a fucking... Yo, dude, guess what? At least you know where the shit got dumped, even if you have to make a quarter or a freaking mile perimeter. At least you know. And you know what? It probably hadn't gotten buried that damn far either. So there could be a backpack out there right now with everything inside of it. And the person that's living next door, when you look at what I'm talking about, the incel theory at Queen Road Apartments, when the person lives next door and you got LE telling their, even the university, go home. It's a perfect opportunity. Sweet, I can get the fuck out of here and I can go visit mom and dad and ain't nobody gonna fucking look at me twice. Oh, guess what? The university says I can finish the rest of the year with an online class. Sweet. Do you ever have to come back? The dude could have bounced for good a day or two after the crime and it wouldn't even look suspicious. Why? Because everybody was doing it. You had everybody's mama and daddy calling their students saying, get the fuck home, when they're on a 2-hour shelter in place because Chief Fry, nobody knows how to get a hold of him, and Lanyard don't know what the fuck he's doing. That's why he let everybody fucking go in there the way that he did. And then Chief Fry, the first couple press conferences, it's obvious he don't know what the fuck's going on because he can't even answer shit. Lanyard was like, yeah, I could do this, I can handle it. And then finally realized, bro, that's a buckle you can't put on your belt, bro. That motherfucker's too heavy. That's a buckle you can't put on. And Chief Fry's sitting there going, shit, I was out in an area, I didn't have no cell connection. I didn't know what the hell was going on. And then I come back to all these officers telling me different this and 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 this. Sherry, I want to say a contribution shout out. Thank you so much for your membership. And we will be having some more members only stuff coming up this weekend. Again, we will be back on that rotation for the OJ 2020, OJ 25 multi-part members live that we're doing. And we got some other members only stuff coming up as well. What's up? How you doing, Rock Job? I'm telling you guys, if you guys are bored, take a look through my video, not the lives, but the video section. You're going to see everything that I'm talking about. I map it out. I point it out. I show it. Footage, no footage, photos, whatever. Because this shit can definitely exist. And then that area right there, that's what I'm talking about. Dip. Tree. Side of the house, nothing. Dark as hell, yo. Because what does it look like at night? It looks like this at night on 11/13/2023. That's how dark it looks. That's dark. Queen Road Apartments, the person that parks, the incel at Queen Road Apartments is the person that parks where that blue car is parked and parked there every time that they were going home, because everybody that parks in this parking lot, and I was back there for a week, everybody that parks in this parking lot lives right there. And I'm not saying these cars, I'm saying right there. See this dash right here on this building? People from there over for sure park right there. People from the middle over for sure park right there. So the person that comes home at day or night and continues, because you'll hear Steve G, he's going to describe it. The person that sits there and watches the girls having fun, they're just coming home to an empty house. When they go walk back over to their apartments, they're not doing anything wrong. They may not even have had tendencies in the past. But when they sit there and they continue to park when they go home, and they're so alone and they're tired of being alone every night, and they continue to sit there and see these people having fun. Oh, these girls are so attractive. Sometimes when I come home late at night and I'm pulling in, I can see the girls in their rooms because the windows aren't covered. And you know what I'm saying? And it leads to an obsession, and it leads to and then the one night that you come home and you don't see anything going on, because we all know that house was a party house. The one night you come home from work and you say, oh my gosh, there's nothing going on there tonight. Oh my gosh, Kaylee's back in town. Tonight's the night. Tonight's the night. And then you walk back to your apartment and you get your fucking kit that you've had ready because you've been waiting for the tonight's the night because you've been frustrated for so long. And then you walk out of your fucking door and you walk over and you hop down, you go to the back corner, you hop up on you gain access to the property and you commit the crime. And you know why the first floor wasn't touched? Because when you're chilling back here and you're watching the property like I'm saying somebody could have been, do you see the first floor? You don't develop an intimate connection with the first floor because you don't see the first floor. You develop an intimate connection that's one-sided on the third floor. On the second floor, because of the patio, the slab, the party, the girls, but really it's the third floor because that's where you can sit there and watch them put on their makeup and you can watch them get dressed because they don't think anybody's watching through the trees in the back parking lot, because literally when you're looking back there and it's daytime and you can see through these bedroom windows, they're not going to notice you. Literally, when you're sitting back and it's nighttime and you're looking through those windows, they're really not going to notice you. That's where the third floor, that's where the intimate connection, one-sided for the incel that lives over there because they just park here every single day to come home. How dare they just come home when all they want to do is come home and relax and try and forget the horrible day of rejection, and then they have to come home and see all the fun and see all the beauty through the windows. And hell, they might have even been, because you heard how loud the house was, you heard how many times people were called out there, and you're going to tell me that this person didn't have their windows open some nights and couldn't stand hearing the fucking fun that was going on over there? Because even though they had their windows shut, they could still hear everything. Come on. The incel theory at Queen Road Apartments. I'm telling you, y'all may think I'm nuts, but I'm telling you, it makes the most damn sense to me. When you add it all, Rock Chalk, I want to say shout out, contribution call out for the super chat. Happy New Year to you for the $4.99, or thank you so much. I appreciate that. It does mean the world because it allows me to be here for you all like I am tonight. The mornings, 24/7. I appreciate you very much. I hope you got, it's the rage. Just look at it. The rage, the passion, the incel, the not knowing where they left, the not knowing, where's the weapon, It's like a fucking burger patty you're getting ready to throw on the grill because it's done. You've taken little bits and little bits and little bits, and you're putting them in a patty, and we're ready to, It's scary to think about it. And who knows? Who says the person still doesn't live there? That's fucking scary. All right, we're going to go back to this. They're going to talk more. Shout out Chronicles of Olivia. They are going to talk more, and this is why I went into what I was going into, because when they talk about what they know, and this is where they're getting to in this part, when they talk about what they know, what I just told you, what I explained, now listen to this.
And then only went to known locations with known people, traveled only together on well-lit, known streets to get food.
Thank you all for being here.
Taking
Appreciate it.
a private ride from the same individual who would pick them up home to go eat after a night of drinking, being 21, Ubering out, Ubering home with your friend.
They were totally chaperoned.
And then going to bed.
They were doing everything the way that you tell your kid to go.
Yeah.
Don't be two girls all by yourself. Have somebody there that can walk with you. Everything was perfect. Mm-hmm. Everything was good.
Yeah.
All the way up to where they went to bed and went to sleep.
Yeah.
And that I can't control.
See? Everything was good until all the way up till they went to sleep. Now listen to those words. Listen to those words. Everything is good until they went to sleep. That would leave. Do you think that they fell asleep? Does somebody say that they think that they fell asleep as soon as they walked in the door? No. Everything was good until they went to sleep, which is telling you nobody snuck in the house for a period of time after they were at last seen going inside the property. Okay? Latitude, no, I did not feel watched. What I did feel was the fucking creepiness of the shit that I explained to you when it comes to when I was sitting right here and I saw how close the windows and the sliding glass doors and even the cement slab down there from this parking lot. That's when I sat there, especially when I was sitting there at night, and I was going, damn, there is nothing around this parking lot that would illuminate my face which would then reflect to somebody that's in the house. That's what fucking creeped me out. Because I went back to that parking lot like this, even if the girls had the Christmas lights hanging. Watch when I turn my headlights on. Light does not travel very far here in Moscow this late at night. Watch. Just because, even if they had their little bulbs on, you're not seeing my damn face. You're not getting a reflection, and I'm going to show you why. Just give it 1 second. I had to let it play. I don't know when I turn them on, but it's pretty quick. And that's another thing you should notice until I turn my headlights on. Look it down there. You can see Sigma Chi, you can see Taylor, you can see King Road, you can see Queen Road, you can see the intersection of King and Queen Road from this location being up here on the stoop. So you could literally have a view of anybody that's going to enter or exit the whole neighbor section hood right there. Now you see the car down there. Somebody was locking their car at 1112 parking lot. Now look, I'm in an SUV. The house is right behind these bushes. I'm in an SUV. The house is right behind these bushes. Do you see any light reflecting off the third floor deck? I'm this close to it. I'm this close to it. Do you see any light coming off the third floor deck? No. So even if they had light bulbs hanging out there, it's not going to create a reflection off of me back to them because the bushes are protecting the light. Look at it right there. Those are headlights. Those are not Christmas bulbs. Those are headlights. Big time difference. That's what I felt when I went there. It was. I literally got creeped out every time I turned down Taylor Avenue. I felt it. It started to get heavy. As soon as I turned left onto King, it got heavier. As soon as I turned left on Queen, it got heavier. And then it really, really got heavy every time I got in this spot, because this spot is the same spot that I parked every time. The reason I park in there every time is because I always referred to the blue car being parked there from the beginning of my show a year ago when we started talking about this case. And that's where I felt this person was back here, and that's where they were at watching the properties. So whenever I did go, I wanted to make this right here, back here watching the properties. So whenever I did go, I wanted to make sure that I parked where that blue car was at, because I wanted to keep giving you that reference of everything that I've been talking about. And literally, you can park one spot over, and guess what? That tree right there in the middle is in between the sliding glass door and Maddie's window. Right through. You see this right here, the opening on the right side of that big tree? Guess what? That's the opening for Maddie's window if you're parked one spot to the left. But the reason I parked here is because if you're parked one spot to the left, you might have some reflection coming on you because you have two sides of the tree that can reflect on you because of the less brush. When you park right here, you have all of that cover from the light. You can see through, and they can't see you. All right, let's get back to this video real quick. Now they're going to be talking about all the stuff here when it comes to all the information. They know what they learned so far. And again, this was from, I think it was from January 13th, 2023.
Home to go eat after a night of drinking, being 21, Ubering out, Ubering home with your friend.
They were totally chaperone.
And then going to bed.
They were doing everything the way that you tell your kid to go. You
Yeah.
know, you don't go. Don't be two girls all by yourself. Have somebody there that can walk with you. Everything was perfect. Everything was good.
Yeah.
All the way up to where they went to bed and went to sleep.
Yeah.
And that I can't control. As a family, we can't control what happens when you go to sleep.
Yeah.
When you go to sleep, that's us as society. We have to determine, are we going to let
Hey, Johnny, I'm just saying, if you're at that water cooler, let's make you famous, bro. Send me the information. Because I would love to be at that water cooler. Do me a favor. Send me the information to EvilCJ at Discord, Twitter, or Gmail. I'll take a look at it. And who knows? Maybe we could have you on. Let's get famous. Because if you got that kind of information, shit. Let's do it. I wish I was at that water cooler. I'm not that fortunate. I'm not. I'm not saying it can't
be out here.
What's up, Truth Matters? How are you doing?
Sneak into a house, whatever it was.
Sure.
Are we going to allow that to be? Are we going to allow that to be okay?
Yeah.
Because we all go to bed at night.
Yeah, what was their flaw? They didn't have a nanny cam in their home? What could they have done to be more
They
safe?
locked their door.
Yeah, like they're supposed to have. What else could they do to be more safe? They lock their doors. They're aware, you know. And she's like, "Do they need a nanny cam?" I would suggest anybody, honestly. It's all over mine. I have inside and outside. You know what I'm saying? 24/7. I would suggest anybody to get them. I would suggest anybody to get them, even for inside. You just never know. And then it's always on digital, no matter what. What's up, Root? Toes, how you doing? The water cooler where you got your information from, because if the cops in on it with substance and it's connected, shit, let me know. That's what I'm saying. If you know that shit, let me know, because I would have. Hey, we all know, Johnny. You know, this is what I mean by water cooler. Look, I'm gonna be honest. I'm not that channel that's gonna disrespect anybody's IQ. All right, I'm just not that channel. No. You'll see where I'm coming from, Johnny. I'm not that channel that's here to disrespect anybody's IQ. I'm the channel that explores all theories, thoughts, and opinions. And what I mean by water cooler, you know what happens at the water cooler, Johnny, right? That's where all the shit gets talked about, Johnny. That's where all the shit gets talked about. You know what I mean? Like, if anybody's I've been in the business world. I was in management for a long time. I was in the business world, board meetings and all that shit, okay? The water cooler was my favorite spot, yo, because that's where you would go to the water cooler. You could talk about sports, you could talk about cars, you could talk about whatever you wanted to talk about. And the one thing that you really talked about was shit that was going down in the company, right? Shit that was going down in the company that you didn't want peeped out. You didn't want peeped out. So when you were at the water cooler and you stopped there because you wanted to take a little stroll, get up from the desk for a minute, couple minutes, go get there, you know, get that little styrofoam thing of water, sit there and drink it for a couple times. Somebody's walking through about the same time. Hey, what's up, man? Yeah, man, guess what? Oh, for real? That's about to happen? That's about to happen? Yeah. Just hell yeah. That's crazy, yo. Thanks for letting me know. That's what happens at the water cooler. So that's what I mean by water cooler. That's all. I don't disrespect people's. We don't.
No, it's
we don't.
Moscow, Idaho.
We don't disrespect people's IQs over here. Okay.
I wonder about the door because Kaylee was a door locker. She come
totally
here,
was.
and so I question that all the time. Like, why wasn't the door locked? Why wasn't the door locked?
But that's not what society's built on. You don't say, "Oh, well, You didn't lock the door, so you deserve to die in your sleep.
What's up, Natalie B?
You don't do that. We have to make a society where
What's up, Jamie?
People
Thank you for the kind
show
words.
red
Appreciate
flags.
it.
We identify them, we address them, and then we remove them from hurting other people.
The phone call the Gonzalez family received on November 13th is one they'll never forget.
We were, it was Sunday around
We were watching football.
1-ish, and we were
Like
watching
every
football.
family, or a lot of families.
Did you hear what time that was, people? Did you hear what time that was? Around 1-ish, okay? Around 1-ish.
Hurting other people.
The phone call the Gonzalez family received on November 13th is one they'll never forget.
We were, it was Sunday around
We were watching football.
1-ish, and we were
Like
watching
every
football.
family, or a lot of families on Sunday.
And
We were watching
our
football.
son was here. Everybody was home except for she was.
And what time did that get confirmed to the family? It got confirmed to the family around 4:30. And they were getting calls around 1-ish that their daughter had been unalived and was shot. They even knew that the 911 call was for an unconscious person. They already knew that before Ellie called them at 4:30. They had heard their daughter had already talked to somebody that was at the property before that. They found out about 1-ish. What's up, Gemini? How you doing tonight? There's a secret door in the water cooler that goes to the tunnels. No, you just have to. No, Mark and Betty, you just have to move the fridge now. That's it. You just have to move the fridge. You don't even need to go behind. You go to the fridge and you move it over, and then you get to go. Go back a little bit. It shows left side of the house to the retaining wall. We did that right here with this. Is that what you mean? This part? Johnny, contribution call out. Thank you so much for the $2 super sticker. I got to pull it up on my YouTube feed on my phone because StreamYard does not link it together. Let's see. It's the Hippo 1-Up. Appreciate it. You know that 1-Up? Shout out Harsh Reality. Harsh Reality was talking about the tunnels yesterday, and he was talking about Super Mario Brothers. And, man, that made me want to play some Super Mario Brothers, and I can't. And, Johnny, that 1-Up, thank you so much for the contribution. That makes me want to play Super Mario Brothers again because I see that 1-Up. Oh, I miss Super Mario Brothers. I miss it. But you know what? I do have my Police Simulator game, and I am going to start some episodes of my Police Simulator coming soon. Police Simulator is back with some comedy, baby. No, where it talks about getting the phone call. Maybe here? Oh, they haven't got the phone call yet. No. We're not even there yet. Shit. We're not even there yet. No, they're about to get the phone call. That's what I was saying is about 1-ish. Hold on.
That's us as society. We have to determine, are we going to let these people be out here?
Ow, my
and
freaking ear.
Do whatever they did, sneak into a house, whatever it was. Are we going to allow that to be normal? Are we going to allow that to be okay?
Yeah.
Because we all go to bed at night.
Yeah, what was their flaw? They didn't have a nanny cam in their home?
Idaho Vandals, baby.
They locked the door perfectly.
Yeah. No, it's Moscow, Idaho. It's safe.
I wonder about the door because Kaylee was a door locker. She would come
totally
here,
was.
and so I question that all the
And there, we already played this. I'm just going to let this play while I say this contribution call out to Natalie B for the $9.99 super chat. Happy New Year to you too. And thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you for your peace, positivity, and your contribution. And thank you for your contribution to the community as well, because it's for you, by you, and I appreciate that so much. All right, here's where they get into this part. Thank you again, everybody, for your support. That means a lot.
It was Sunday around
We were watching football.
1-ish, and we were
Like
watching
every
football.
family, or a lot of families on Sunday.
And
We were watching
our
football.
son was here. Everybody was home except for she was down at her home
We
in LA.
gather on
And
Sunday.
my niece called me and she was freaking out. And she said, Christy, have you talked to Kaylee? And I said,
1-ish.
Yesterday, like last night. And she said, something bad happened. Something bad happened. And she was just bawling. And I said, well, what do you mean? What do you mean? And she said, I think Kaylee's dead. And I said, well, what do you mean? And she
All
said,
our stomachs just dropped.
she said there was something.
Oh my gosh. I never watched this. I never noticed this part before. Olivia. Oh my gosh, she's reliving exactly what was going on. You can see it in her face as her mom and dad are talking about it. Holy shit. They live in Coeur d'Alene. Wow, look at her stare. She goes back in time. Oh my gosh. Watch.
Kaylee. And I said, yesterday, like last night. And she said, something bad happened. Something bad happened. And she was just bawling.
Look at her. She's
said,
just.
What do you mean? And she said, I think Kaylee's dead. And I said, well, what do you mean? And she
Wow.
Our stomachs just dropped.
She said there was somebody just called me and they live down there. She said there was a party last night and Kaylee.
Wow, she is just.
Kaylee was shot.
Wow. That's crazy. And you can hear her kind of waking up when her mom was talking, like she would twitch a little bit, like it was certain things her mom was saying was like making her come back, but she was lost in what was taking place. Damn.
A lot of families on Sunday.
This is why it's so important that you don't demo a damn house when the fucking family feels like this. This is why you don't demo the damn house. Listen, look at all the pain, man. What the hell?
Our son was here. Everybody was home except for she was down at her home in LA.
Gather.
Thank you,
Gather.
And my niece called me and she was freaking out. And she said, Christy, have you talked to Kaylee? And I said, yesterday, like last night. And she said, something bad happened. Something bad happened. And she was
Just watch.
bawling. And I said, well, what do you mean? What do you mean? And she said, I think Kaylee's dead.
Oh, that poor.
What do you mean? And she
All
said,
our stomachs just dropped.
she said there was somebody just called me and they live
See,
down
she's
there.
like,
She said there was a party
man.
last night and Kaylee, somebody went in and shot the party.
That poor family.
I was like, what? And I just threw
Now
my
she's
phone.
getting
I threw
out
my
of
phone.
it.
I started screaming. I started telling everybody to call Olivia and to get all of her roommates on the phone.
Maddie.
And I started calling Maddie, and Maddie wouldn't answer, and Maddie wouldn't answer. And I said, no, this can't be. This can't be because Maddie would have called me. If Kaylee was shot last night at a party, Maddie or Jack would have called me. Like, no. And I called Kaylee and it went straight to voicemail. I was calling Maddie. I was calling Jack. It was ringing. I turned on the TV and I saw it said, you got.
Did you guys just catch that? She said she called Jack and Jack's phone kept ringing. Why was it ringing like when it was ringing when Kaylee was calling your ass? Why was it ringing to the mom and the dad when it was ringing? Is there a reason you're not answering your phone? Especially around 1:00 in the afternoon? We'll say 1 to 1:30. Okay? I know. I'm not focusing on the call the night before. I want you guys to focus on the call that the Consalvas family were placing to Jack around 1 to 1:30 in the fucking afternoon, and his ass wasn't answering the phone. Don't you think by 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Jack would have been answering his fucking phone, especially for the mom and dad of Kaylee? I'm just saying. I'm going to play it again. They called Jack too. Ringing. From 1 to 1:30, bro. Remember, think about the time. 1 to 1:30. Ringing when the fucking mom is calling you, bro. That. Come on now.
22 King Road. Like his car was in the driveway, Maddie's car was in the driveway, but it was saying an unconscious person. And we're saying, okay, maybe this isn't like maybe something happened. So Steve starts calling the police. Steven, our son, started calling the hospital.
And you're gonna tell me right now, because you know people knew before that. You're gonna tell me an hour to an hour and a half after LE? I'm sorry, after 911 medical response. You're going to tell me that your ass, because you didn't keep, the girls were at the corner club. They wanted you to come hang out at another bar. Remember, you were on the stool at the corner club with Maddie and Kaylee. They wanted you to come to another bar. You didn't want to because you had a long day at work and you were just going to go home and get to sleep. So you're telling me that your ass is still sleeping at 1:30 in the afternoon when it was already being known what was going on before that? Because the family had to get called from somebody. And the story had to get going around before that. And 911 was already called. You're going to tell me, Jack motherfucking D, you weren't awake? You don't think any friends called Jack D? You don't think any friends didn't go to Jack D's fucking room? You don't think Jack D was one of the first people to find out what the hell happened to his ex-girlfriend? What? And you got the mama. I don't give a fuck if you're in the middle of fucking taking a piss in the back, dude. When you got mama calling, you don't give a fuck. You answer mama's call. You answer daddy's call. You answer their damn call. You don't go ring at 1 in the fucking afternoon after all that shit's done taking place already. Suspicious.
And he started calling the PD and saying, my name is Gonzalez, and we heard that my daughter Kaylee Gonzalez was killed in an accident. And they said, we can't give you any more information. We'll call you back. Well, next thing you know, some more phones started ringing. Our daughters that came running down, 16 and 17 years old, came and said, Mom, somebody just called me and said that Kaylee's dead. And we're like, what? Like, who was it? And she's like, I don't know. It's somebody that said that they're there and Kaylee's.
Did you see that? Did you hear that? They got a call to their 17-year-old daughter that said Kaylee's passed and that they were there. Okay?
This can't be, it.
I'm going to rewind just a little
started
bit.
Calling the hospital. Something bad happened, and she was just bawling. And I said, well, what do you mean?
They called Jack D.
Like,
Ring.
And I said, well, what do you mean? And she
All of our
said,
stomachs just dropped.
She said there was somebody just called me and they live down there. She said there was a party last night and Kaylee, somebody went in and shot the party up and Kaylee was shot.
Thank you, Natalie B.
I was like, what? And I just threw my phone. I started screaming. I started telling everybody to call Olivia and to get all her roommates on the phone. And I started calling Maddie, and Maddie wouldn't answer, and Maddie wouldn't answer. And I said, no, this can't be, because Maddie would have called me. If Kaylee was shot last night,
Well, I'm just gonna be honest to people. I know there's some new people that are coming in here. I'm gonna be honest with you right now. If you're gonna try and be a funny person and you're not gonna be about peace, positivity, and progress, and you're gonna try and create shit in chat, I will get rid of your ass. That's the thing that people appreciate about this company is I don't give you motherfuckers chances. So you don't have to be stupid. You have to be respectful. And if you're not respectful, what I consider respectful, what the community considers respectful, I will get rid of your fucking ass. So if you're in my show, and you know who I'm talking about, if you're in my show and you want to be a dumbass, you will get boot the fuck out. I'm just telling you right now. So if you want to enjoy this show, you better enjoy it. If you don't, I'm going to ask you politely to leave. Otherwise, the next time it won't be so polite. Thank you very much. Public service announcement.
party.
We got to do those once in a while. You know what I mean?
And I kept calling.
We got to do those once in a while because we have disrespectful dumbasses that'll come in here and think they're funny, but really, go to cooking shows, please. Just go sleuth your cooking shows. Go fuck up that recipe.
Kaylee, and I went straight to voicemail. I was calling Maddie. I was calling Jack. It was ringing.
Okay.
I turned on the TV and I saw it said 1122 King Road. Kaylee's car was in the driveway. Maddie's car was in the driveway. But it was saying an unconscious person. And we're saying, okay, maybe this isn't like maybe something happened. So Steve starts calling the police. Steven, our son, started calling the hospital, and he started calling the PD and saying, my name is Gonzalez, and
150, baby.
Gonzalez was killed in an accident, and they said, we can't give you any more information. We'll call you back. Well, we just, next thing you know, some more phones started ringing. Our daughters that came running down, 16 and 17 years old, came and said, Mom, somebody just called me and said that Kaylee's dead. And we're like, what? Like, who was it? She's like, I don't know. It's somebody that said that they're there and Kaylee's.
Somebody said that they're there and that Kaylee's passed away.
Kaylee's dead. And we were like, oh my God, like this can't be.
Right there.
It's just very, very.
Somebody was even there.
Yeah.
Somebody was even there and was able to talk to them and tell them that. And Jack D, ring, 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 ring. Really, Jack D?
These protocols of somebody showing up at your door 10 hours later is ridiculous.
Because
Ticket
we had
number
hours of
158.
panic before the sheriff
It was
department.
terrible.
It was about 4:30. And
So you guys, they never called you. You guys found this out from family members that were in the area, and you guys didn't get notified. You actually reached out to them, and you guys still didn't get notified.
He wound up calling them twice.
And I get it.
I
Their
said,
protocols are all about, maybe they'll commit suicide or something. But they have to be updated.
No.
Because
No.
social media moves so.
That's not a freaking protocol issue. It's not a freaking protocol issue to have to have 911 called at 11:58 and police not show up there till 4:30. It's not a fucking protocol issue. It's not a protocol issue for the University of Idaho to put out a vandal alert for a shelter in place for students that got hurt and for students to be safe 2 hours before Ellie confirmed to the Gonsalves family. It's not a protocol issue. It's not a protocol issue. It's called shady as fuck issue. That's what it is.
But if you actually reached out to them, and you guys still didn't get
no,
notified
he
for
wound up
hours.
calling them twice.
And I get it.
I
Their
said,
protocols are all about, maybe
I don't need no fucking phone.
But they have to be updated because
The sheriff.
social media moves so fast, so quick. That's
It's not
why we are
fair.
using social media. I'm not using the most common channels.
We called Karen and we asked Karen.
No, the coroner showed up at 5:30 after she had to wait for the police. The police showed up at 4:30. It's fucked up, isn't it?
So quick. That's
It's not
why we are
fair.
using social media. I'm not using the most common channels.
We called Karen and we asked Karen if she had heard anything, and she goes, "Yes, I was told that I need to get down here, but there
We
was an
thought Kurt was
accident."
good. We honestly.
We thought maybe Maddie was the unconscious person, and we had already been told by several people.
And they were told by that it was called for an unconscious person in LE. This is the way that they're treating the Gonzalez family is so fucked up. I really do. I really regret not just saying fuck it and going there. And if I could go back, I would have just said fuck it and I would have went out there for the damn. I would have made a protest. I would have spent 3 days handing out fucking flyers if I needed to, just to have 10 people fucking show up. It pisses me off. And I fucking regret it. This poor family.
People like 100% Kaylee was dead, and we were like 100. And they're
We were
bawling,
just
and they're
hoping
like
Maddie
this.
was just
Regret it.
And then we're like, but Karen got a call saying to come down there. We haven't got a
That
call.
was a good sign.
So we're like, oh.
And I kept giving them hope. I kept saying, if it happened last night, you guys would know by now. I kept giving them hope. I said, they just released an article that the roommates are being questioned right now. You know, they probably took their phones, Mom. Like, I just kept giving them hope because I live in Los Angeles. It wasn't here. And that's all I could do. But like, it's just this feeling in your gut that like, I just sat with.
I knew as soon as my niece, as soon as Sabrina called, I knew that it was real.
Yeah.
And she was.
I'm going to tell you right now, Jack D was not fucking busy and they did not have his fucking phone at 1 or 1:30 because the cops were still inside looking for their fucking tails by the time they were getting ready to collect people's phones. Give me he didn't answer for a reason.
Freaking out.
And then cops showed up around 4:30.
Yeah, the sheriff came around 4:30, and then he told us that there were 4 victims, and we said, "Is one of them Maddie and Logan?" And he told us yes. Then we realized that it was Kaylee and Maddie.
We
And
still knew she was going down there.
yeah, Karen was still on her way, and she still tried.
You know who says you know, you go and look at the Instagram, or you used to be able to before it was private. You would go look at the Instagram. Have you guys seen all the shitty fucking messages that Jack would write to the other dudes that were hitting on his woman? Did you guys ever take time to look at those messages? What's up, Bianca? Did you guys ever take time to look at the messages of Jack D's replies to all the dudes that were hitting on his ex-girlfriend? Right, Latitude? Gemini? Jealous is a motherfucker, no? Jealous as a motherfucker. Maybe the reason the dude didn't answer the fucking phone he was too much of a bitch ass to stand up for his fucking girlfriend because maybe she was getting harassed because he was harassing the motherfucker that was hitting on her and he got fucking tired of it. Dude, the shit that you read that dude was writing, I think so too, Katrina. That dude was jealous as fuck, yo. Jealous as fuck. And when you listen to the family and they talk about him, I don't know. I'm not saying that they're blinded. But son of a bitch, they're like talking like he's this fucking innocent, didn't do nothing wrong, was this gentleman, was never And geez, you look at the fucking nasty, ugly that he was writing to these dudes that were hitting on his woman because she's fucking beautiful. She had 150,000 fucking followers on fucking TikTok. She's gorgeous. Bro, I'm going to tell you right now, if you can't handle being with a fly-ass woman, then it's called she's out of your motherfucking league. Because when you're with a fly-ass woman, you don't get jealous. You stand proud. Yeah, motherfucker. Go ahead and stare up and down my fucking woman. Because guess what, bro? She's coming home with me. You don't get jealous. You stand fucking proud. Shit. You got a fly woman? You treat her like a damn trophy. Give me a damn break. You don't... Shit. You laugh at those motherfuckers, because guess what? She's grabbing your waist. Shit. Jealous as fuck, yo. Jealous as fuck.
And then she got down there, and she got there about 20 minutes after we got the news. And
if you
Another
can't handle
person
it, it's
who
called
was
out of your
broken by the
league.
news of Kaylee's passing is her ex-boyfriend, Jack443. Not only has his life been picked apart, he's been scrutinized by social media.
You know in your heart he had nothing to do with this.
More than, I mean, even just logically. I think that a lot of people assume we're blinded by this individual. But contrary to that, we're very capable of removing our emotions for Jack, which is absolute love, and just looking at the situation logically.
And I'm not saying they're not blind. I'm not saying they're blinded. I'm not saying they're not looking at it logically, but you have to be real. As much as you want to not have emotion, as much as you want to shut off that valve of emotions, yo, when you've already been with somebody for 5 or 6 years, you can't just shut that faucet off, okay? You can't do it. You can't do it. They want to believe. They want to believe that he doesn't have anything to do with it. That's why they made him do what they made him do. Because they already want to believe that he had nothing to do with it. That is a little bit of compromisation, okay? I'm not saying they're not what they're saying. I think they did a great job, and I wish that they wouldn't have backed off, and I understand why, because they have to respect the authority. But I guarantee you that now that the demos happened, I guarantee you he probably wonders, maybe, you know, just like I regret not saying fuck it and going out there and starting a protest a week out, he probably regrets not pushing more when he was back at this time period. You know what I'm saying?
Looking at this individual in front of us, looking at a pattern of behaviors of him that we've seen throughout 5-6 years. So emotionally, and, you know, in our hearts and in our heads and in every sense of the word, it's
Physics.
not.
We did a job
thorough
vetting him.
I asked him to, yes, like, did he have any scratches? Did he have any bruises? He came here immediately after it happened.
We can prove that he had none.
No, I checked his shoes.
Yeah.
I checked his car. I checked his hands.
I took photos.
I checked his neck.
Yeah.
He came over in shorts.
Yeah.
Within hours.
And he was happy.
I'm just going to be real, though. What time did it take place? What time did it take place? And how easily do intoxicated people wake up? Listen, you don't have to be walking in there like fucking Rambo, because let's be honest. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. Dude's not fucking Rambo, okay? Let's be honest. And that's true too, Cherry. Most guys are on their best behavior in front of females and parents. Look at the fucking Instagram. That's the fucking real soul, okay? Now, this dude ain't no fucking Rambo. He ain't got veins popping out. The dude ain't you know what I mean? He ain't fucking Rambo. But what I'm saying is how hard is it to get away with that crime if you already know the property, you sneak up there, they're already asleep, and half woke up, and they're intoxicated. How hard would it, intoxicated, half asleep, 2 upstairs, 2 downstairs. Upstairs, you might not have any scratches and bruises. You might have got a little fought back, but you know what? It's kind of hard to fight back when you got, And then you go downstairs, and then, like I said earlier, Ethan's passed out in the bed. Stain, hello? Ethan's passed out in the bed. And we all heard that front stoop outside Zayna and Ethan's window is a popular spot for people to sit and have fun and drink. I'm just saying. You don't have to be fucking Rambo to commit this crime. You don't have to be. What you do have to be is jealous as shit. What you do have to be is be invested to commit that much effort to do what you did. That's what you do have to have. Show me, hey, do me a favor. If you look at the PCA, it says from 9 p.m. to 1:45 a.m. from Bethany Funk. It says right in the PCA, from and to. Do me a favor, though. If you got proof, go ahead and send it to me. I'd love to show it because we'll be up for a little while longer. If you got it, go ahead and send it to me. I'll put it up on screen. What's up, upstate New York? JD is running. One of the girls could have yoked him up. Something?
And in our hearts.
You don't have to be Rambo. When their people are intoxicated and they're half asleep, you ain't got to be no fucking Rambo, yo.
And in our heads and in every sense of the word, it's
Physics.
not.
We did a job
thorough.
vetting him.
I asked him to, yes, like, did he have any scratches? Did he have any bruises? He came here immediately after it happened.
We can prove that he had none.
No, I checked his shoes.
Yeah.
I checked his car. I checked his hands.
I took photos.
I checked his neck.
Yeah.
He came over in shorts.
Yeah.
Within hours.
And he was happy for Kaylee.
Yeah.
Whether they were, I think they were close to getting back together. Maybe they weren't. Maybe they were. Whether she was moving.
Yeah, they don't. And she was moving on.
Without him or
Right,
not.
moving without
had
him.
nothing but love.
We went and investigated.
See, this whole story about how they were in love and possibly getting back together and all this other stuff. What do you think Scott Peterson was saying? No, we weren't fighting, Mama Pete. We weren't fighting. Look at this right here. Here's the link to it if you'd like to have it. It's from elkbrothers.com, and it's called A Compact Kill Kit. It's called a Compact Kill Kit. Remember that pack I was telling you that was 10 by 8? Look at what size that is. That's a 10 by 8 package. That can fit in a backpack, can it not? Look what it has in it. Number 1, game bags. Number 2, replaceable blade knife with extra blades. Number 3, extraction tool for blades. Number 4, solid knife quote for working around the skull. Number 5, 50-foot rope or parachute cord. Number 6, 4 zip ties. Number 7, 4 paper towels folded in snack-size Ziploc with 6 pumps of hand sanitizer thoroughly for cleanup. Number 8, pen. Number 9, electrical tape. Number 10, marking tape. Number 11, nitrile gloves. Number 12, 55-gallon contractor garbage bag. Number 13, 1-gallon Ziploc bag to keep your contents dry and manageable while you're doing what you're doing. Just thought I'd throw that out there for you.
Did you tell that?
Mm-hmm.
You went through that whole
Click
thing?
the link.
Adam is about her trying to get back. But
Click the link.
Day
because they're
one,
roommates.
day one of this all happening, Jack was right there in the trenches with me, reaching out to people Kaylee had called. Who is
Spent
this?
the first 3 nights here on our couch after he came. He could not leave us.
That's why the FBI agent said, Steve, slow down. We realize you guys are ahead of us. We realize that you guys have this chain of thought, and you're going where we're going. We're an organization, and we have to check it a little bit slower than you. And you're just ripping through it, and you're ready to tell everyone. It's like, slow down.
And I know it sounds weird that we asked him to show us his arms and stuff if we trusted him so much, but I mean, I think that
People,
I
think people would look at you negatively if that wasn't your reaction.
you know, and I said, and I looked him in his eyes, and he was crying, and I was crying. I said, I'm so sorry.
We hate
that I
doing
have
this
to
too,
ask,
but we have
but
to.
can you
Onside
build this
kick,
house?
162.
And he was just like,
Nobody's
Yes.
sticking up for
like,
me.
you know, lifted up
And
his
we
shirt,
were sticking up
you know,
for him.
and I said, okay.
We're
I said,
not
I'm so
blindly
sorry.
stupid parents.
Yeah. But I'm sorry when your child
Yeah,
meets her
and,
demise.
and it did not make me feel good
Yeah.
either. But I mean, I was just like,
But when people
Hell yeah, I would do the same thing. Like, yo, bro, what the fuck's, you know?
are like, how do we stick up for him blindly? We're not blind.
Shit, you should have seen me chase the dudes out of my house when they were home, and when I came home from work, and I would catch my daughter fucking having dudes in the house when I wasn't home, and I'd be getting home from work. I'd be chasing their motherfucker asses out there too. You better believe it. Hey, bro, get the hell back here right now. Right now.
and we know that
Done
kid's
our
heart.
due diligence. We
We know
have
his
looked at this.
family.
He's been around my babies when my babies were born. He would watch them for me so that I could go to the grocery store by myself.
Right.
He had nothing but love
Oh,
for
yeah.
me and Daddy.
Fucking right
The thing
here.
that got me is I love that woman I've been married 27 years with. I've lost my cool. I've said things I shouldn't say. My daughter broke up with him, and within a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks,
Oh no, Lynn. They came right the fuck back every single time. Trust me. They listened to my ass.
she had an interaction with a date.
I didn't fuck around with
She
boys.
said, "Call me a bitch," and she was like, I've been with one boy my whole life.
And I said, he's
Never,
never called you. And she's
ever.
like, never, Mom. And I said, really? And she goes, never. And he said, you could go make me a quesadilla. And she said, what did you say? And she said, I'm leaving. And she goes, and I left. And I went home like, oh, Jack.
She's like, I might not ever find another Jack.
And I'm like, you might not.
Oh, such a sweet guy. Oh, such a sweet guy. Until somebody hits on his fucking girlfriend or ex-girlfriend. Why do you think they're going to talk about it here in a second? Why do you think Kaylee's the one that chose to take a break? Why do you think Kaylee? Because Jack couldn't handle people hitting on his girlfriend. Jack couldn't handle people hitting on his girlfriend, which drove a wedge between her and him because she's trying to get her TikTok thing going, and he can't stop messaging the dudes hitting on her while he's boyfriend. So then she tells Jack, why don't you take a little break? I can't handle you doing this shit right now. You need a break. Take a little break. Listen to what the parents say. Well, Kaylee said that Jack needed to take a break. Yeah, you wonder why? Because as jealous as he was writing shit when they weren't boyfriend girlfriend. Oh, you know when they were boyfriend girlfriend. Let me see your messages, babe. Oh, it had to be way worse, right? It had to be. But you know what? He's so sweet. He's so sweet.
I said, he's never called you. And she's like, never. Mom. And I said, really? And she goes, never. And he said, you could go make me a quesadilla. And she said, what did you say? And she said, I'm leaving. And she goes, and I left. And I went home like, oh, Jack.
She's like, I might not ever find another Jack.
And I'm like, you might not. And I said, honestly.
We would always tell her that, yeah.
Because she's like, she knows
100
like
right
that,
there.
But we're still married 27 years, have 5 kids with a happy life. She's like, your dad's definitely called me some names.
I think it happens in any relationship.
But yeah.
But
It's
he
always
goes
the
from
people that drive you up the wall and the ones you love the most.
Yeah, right? Yeah, no, she said, and I was just like, she's like, never.
Yeah.
Never. And I was
We're
just
supposed
like,
to believe he just takes out 4 on his way to. It just seems like a
Over
huge
what custody of the dog? Like, there's just
It wasn't all
Kaylee
that.
was leaving.
He was looking for every excuse for him to pick the phone up.
Yes.
To read those texts.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
She
I will
wanted
leave
him to
tonight
go.
with the dog if you don't pick up. That type of
Aw, so, yeah. And they even when they broke up, they still communicated.
Yes,
it
every
sounds
day,
like
all the
it's
time.
like you know.
The whole time
and-
she
in
was
that
home.
bar
it
scene,
was just a
they were around him.
Yeah.
Not
They were
this Jackson
Georgia.
over here in the corner. No, she was around.
See, he's saying right there, that was Jack. If you didn't know back then, it's something that we've already done shit back in November, December last year. That's Jack. Now he didn't want to go out. He worked all day. He was just going home. Yeah, but you know what? You know what, Jack? Why didn't you answer the phone when Mama called you at 1:30 in the afternoon? Yeah, there was a couple times I came home. And then they thought they'd be sneaky and he would try and sneak out. And then I would hear, oh, my ass shit. I'm quick. I can run quick, yo. Especially when I have motivation. I get the fuck out of it. I was like, as soon as I seen him pulling away, I'll scream. All of a sudden, get the fuck back. Okay, they came right back. But it's all about respect and love, you know what I mean? Because I was that boy. I was that kid. I was the boy. So you can be damn sure I made sure. You know what I mean? Like, I made sure. Yeah, he was at the corner club right there. Yep. Why didn't you answer your phone at 1:30 when Mama called you,
and
bro?
to me, that's comfort level.
What's up,
that's
Teresa?
body language. This is the person that I'm one.
Talked to him about the conversation that night. We've talked to the other guy about the conversation that went on that night, and they both, they were just like, "Hey, what's been up? How you been doing? You know, what's been going on?" And she was trying to talk him into going to another bar down the street or something like that. And he's like, "I worked all day. I'm tired. I'm going home." And he left and went home
and didn't pick up Mama's phone the next day at 1:30.
Time in that video, I'm
Jealous.
not sure that's accurate. So people might look at that.
You can't handle a woman like that. Don't be
Based
with
off
a
of the
woman like
records
that,
that
bro.
we have, there could definitely be some questions on the timing of that.
Right.
For sure. But I will just say, I can't verify the timestamp there, but I know for a fact that after they left the corner club, they walked to the grub truck. It's about an 8-minute walk, so we need to factor that in. And then they ordered food. They were at the grub truck for about 10 minutes, and they didn't leave the grub truck until the Uber driver had arrived at 1:49.
And those cameras
So if you
would
work
suggest-
backwards, that timestamp doesn't match up.
Gotcha.
And neither does the 145 that LE kept reporting, did it? Nope.
Yes.
I don't know. I'm not going to say it's completely false or anything or how false it is. I don't know. But I'm saying from the timeline that I know for a fact, working it backwards doesn't match that.
Gotcha.
And it had just been daylight savings, so maybe they hadn't updated their cameras or something.
We are not going to go to bed and wait for other people to resolve a family problem. This is a family problem. And
This isn't just
both
a
those
family
girls
problem.
are our girls, and we are not. I'm not handing over. I thought about it. I thought, like, here, just take care of my family and make sure that you find the right guy. And I eventually got to a point where I said, you know what? My family, we're all G's. We call ourselves G's because nobody can pronounce our name. We are not going to sit here and let somebody else do a job that we can't add value to.
And you guys have added value. I mean, you, Olivia, found the Twitch video that actually solidified the timeline.
We watched the ring video that showed them pulling up, and we're like, that's them. It's 1:56. That's what time they got home. And there's the car leaving, and yeah.
So we're working.
And I have worked my phone.
See? They did what? They saw the car pull up and drop the girls off? What?
Just take care of my family and make sure that you find the right guy.
Was that the camera from 1126?
And I eventually got to a point where I said, you know what? My family, we're all G's. We call ourselves G's because nobody can pronounce our name. We are not going to sit here and let somebody else do a job that we can't add value to.
And you guys have added value. I mean, you, Olivia, found the Twitch video that actually solidified the timeline.
We watched the ring video that showed them pulling up, and we're like, that's them. It's 1:56. That's what time they got home. And there's the car leaving, and yeah.
So we're working.
And I have worked my phone. Kaylee's phone is my phone, so we saw all the calls that she.
I'm just gonna let. Hey, public service announcement. Public service announcement. If you're not going to be respectful and you're not going to be about peace and positivity, you will get your ass booted. It's just the way it is around here. I ain't some of these other channels where you continue to start shit in my community. I get rid of your ass real quick. So if you want to enjoy this show, I suggest you shut the fuck up and start being peaceful and positive. If not, I will kick your ass out the door because I care about my community. And one more message of dumb shit is another message that affects my community, which is one less message that I tolerate. Understood? So if you're going to be in this show, you better be about this community, because if you're not, I ain't like other shows. Your ass will get got real quick. Go ahead, mess around.
And we slept with an exact time.
Fuck around and find out. See how quick.
I reached out
Go
to
ahead.
every person she called. I had them send
Go ahead.
Screenshots of the communications that had happened on that day, of texts with my sister, of the call with my sister. How long was your phone conversation with her? Just to do whatever I could in those first few hours, because unfortunately, by the time we even found out, they've been gone for more than 12 hours.
What America needs to know.
They saw the girls getting dropped off. What does that tell you? You go back to the 1126, and why I'm telling you 1126, you look at the statement about other cameras pointed towards the house. They sit there and say that they saw the girls get dropped off. Hello. It's right there, you guys.
You can be a victim all the way up to the point where you just hand it all off. Or you can say, you know what? We have a moment in time to make an impact, do our due diligence, listen to what people are saying, write down deep notes, and you can be a part of solving it and work on it. Anyone who thinks that one officer or one department can do this alone, 4 people, they're crazy.
Yeah.
This takes the whole community. This takes all of us to solve. We can't put this on one man, one officer, one police person, one deputy, one sheriff. We have to all come together and say, you know what, this is.
I know the grub truck came from the private ride driver. He's the one that let Olivia know about the grub truck video. Is the private ride driver.
It's on us. Are we gonna let these people exist and go undetected? Or are we all gonna come together and say, this is enough? We're gonna stomp this guy out of our community. And I'm telling you right now, we're coming for you. You're going to get stomped out.
Yeah. I feel like America is behind us on this one. I mean, it started with, the community, and then Idaho, and then United States. And I mean, it is just insane. I mean, I have people from Amsterdam.
Yeah, I was going to say it's worldwide now because I've got people that are in my chats from all
Finland,
yeah.
Little countries in Asia and Africa.
It's insane. The only role that we can play is to keep this hot. Then that's what we'll do.
Yeah.
I'm not going to sit there and say I have the tech that the FBI does. I'm not going to say I'm smarter than these people or anything like that. But I'm saying our role as a family is it's ebbing, it's flowing, it's molding. It's this one day, it's this another day. And we are there for whatever that is. But it's never going to be for us to sit back and do just nothing. If it's pushing, if it's letting off the gas, if it's going down to Moscow, going door to door, asking for cameras, asking for testimony, whatever it is, we're not going to stop.
This is
And that's one thing, and I'm glad you said that, Latitude. I'm glad you said that, because isn't that fucking crazy? Now, remember when I was talking to you earlier in the episode? And I was telling you, and I showed you here in this interview, where they talked about he was their driver multiple times. They had a relationship with him. Steve G and family had a relationship with him. What the fuck is all over dude's Facebook? Sharp things. Whoa. You got a wife at home? I wonder if he had any scratches on him. Because who says nobody came back and parked at Queen Road and then walked back over? Who knows?
This is a small community, and we're not going to let this become normal. We're not going to let this become normal.
No, you don't go to sleep at night and somebody sneaks in your house.
You don't go to sleep at night not knowing at the end of the day you did absolutely everything you could have done. To just your own capabilities. I'm not saying go out there and you need to do a bunch of crazy shit. I'm not saying that.
Or yelling at other people that they didn't do it.
Right.
You're doing it yourself.
Do whatever you can yourself so that you can go to bed at night saying, Kaylee and Maddie, I still got you.
Still got to sleep, but
I still got you. Sometimes it's media, sometimes it's
Because
not.
they don't have a voice anymore.
They don't. But it doesn't mean that it stops where it
it's a
stops.
new way to find justice.
I'm honored that, Steve, that you reached out to me a few weeks ago via email, and I just wanted to know what made you reach out to me, or how did you kind of find me, or just kind of curious on that.
I was looking at Kaylee's footprint on the internet. I'm an IT guy, and I noticed that she had followed some crime type investigators, and I found you, and I was looking through your content, and I was like, all right, this is somebody that she definitely was way more committed to than just a hit or two or a subscription. So I was like, I need to figure out what case she was looking at. I started looking at the case that she was following with you, and then I was like, I'm going to reach out because I want
She'll help us. Kaylee.
Maybe she can help resolve Kaylee's story. They were already working together for other people's stories, but maybe this can help resolve her own story, which is just terrible that this happened to her. But that was the daughter I had. She wanted to help other families find this justice. So if I could find somebody else who already she wanted to work with, then that's the person I want to help solve this case.
She always tried to get me to. Like, I'm not a podcast person. I don't talk. I don't listen to. And she'd always tell me, and I'm like, yeah. I just turn on the radio, AM station all the way to work.
And the crazy part about, I think, all of it for us too is that we never talked to Kaylee about like, how would you have your funeral?
No.
So a lot of these decisions we're making in the dark.
Why would you?
So when we
why
can
would
find
you?
those personal connections, it feels like a natural path to go down because it feels like Kaylee guided us. This is Kaylee approved. I'll say it in my head, like I'll have a text from her that says, I love oranges, this is Kaylee approved. It wasn't that we didn't know her, it's that there's so many questions and answers you have to answer for at the end that you just don't realize. So to see, Chronicles of Olivia, and she had commented on your videos and followed you and had told me, oh, you gotta get TikTok. Her name's Chronicles of Olivia. You gotta follow her.
She definitely did, yeah.
It feels like a personal connection for us to her.
And that's more important than
anything.
advertising.
For us to do right by Kaylee, that's all that matters. If we felt doing right by Kaylee was, to lay down and take this, we would do that.
Or just
but that's not
viewership or all this stuff that's so important to people. That's not how we raised our family. We didn't care about that. We still don't care about that. So we're trying to just
make
go
her
by
proud.
our gut feeling in her life. And if that can play a role in solving this crime, then that makes it a lot better. That helps with the process.
That poor family.
And that's another thing I want to say is I really admire your family for being in the spotlight and not being like afraid and not just kind of walking away. And you guys are awesome. Like I don't even know how to describe it.
We are afraid. We are worried. People tear us apart. We are definitely worried and they do tear us apart, but it's not.
It doesn't matter.
That's not as important as our daughter's justice. Our daughter's justice is so much. Like I might not be employable for 100 years.
I might have blackballed myself as well.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter, because there's just so much.
Have to have justice.
It's so much bigger than us now, and we would give everything for it, every day, everything, every day for the rest of our lives for it. Because Kaylee would do it for us. Maddie would do it for us.
All our children would do it for us. But to know what she went through, and to think that I can just pretend like I've done enough.
Yeah.
She went through absolutely a nightmare in our head.
Terrible. Pure
Aww.
So then we have to tell ourselves if we do that kind of effort.
That poor family.
And I think that's the new way to figure out how to get through this, because we're finding out there's a lot of cases that are cold.
Yeah.
There's a lot of cases that are cold. People think just shut up and listen. Guess what? There's those parents are calling me right now and saying, don't be quiet.
Yeah.
Don't make the same mistake I made.
Don't let it die.
You need to be vocal. You need to be uncomfortable. You need to take heat. You need to take risk. You might not be employable, but you might get, you could get justice with that. And that's what we're willing to do.
And those are other victims' parents that have reached out to you. To tell some of their stories.
Other victims literally saying, I follow the rules. I did everything to a T. Multiple times these parents have came out and said, my case went cold. So I'm thinking, if it goes cold, I'm going to say,
no, it ain't going to go cold.
I did everything.
That's damn straight. We know this right now. This shit ain't going cold. It ain't. No, it's not happening. It ain't happening. And the fact that this fucking house got demoed, man. I should have just said fuck it, man. I should have just said fuck it. I should have just said fuck it, man.
Everything I could.
And we're not trying to say we're not going to follow the rules. We're just saying you need new rules, because obviously the ones that you're using aren't working in every case. So we're going to do what's right by us.
Family told us our baby was dead.
Yeah.
6 hours later, they tell us those rules aren't working.
Yeah.
Media goes so fast. So yeah, we're gonna play with a little bit more. I'm an IT guy. We're gonna play with some more new modern rules.
Yeah. What would you say to other parents that may have something like this in the future? What would be your number one tip or piece of advice that you would share with those parents?
We almost tried to put together an organization just for this, because after we went through it, you learn how much you don't know, and we are self-motivated and highly, engaged people. So we were trying to think about it's almost like you need a pamphlet to say, hey, this is what's going to happen. But
I just feel like we're still so early into it,
And I think I would say,
don't be quiet.
don't be quiet if you have the ability to not be. And most importantly, above all of that, you have to do right by your loved one, whatever that means. And that's different.
Interview me. Yeah. Nobody knows your child more than you. And every officer should look at you and say, tell me what your child's life looked like. How did she wake up? What time did she sleep in bed all day?
Yeah.
Did she wake up?
What did she normally wear to bed? Was she wearing something different?
All pertinent.
So yeah, I would just say you just have to do what's right by them. And if that's, they would want you to just move on and let them, that's absolutely fine. And if they would want you to stay up every day,
Kaylee would
grinding,
not. She'd be like, you all better be hitting the streets and finding this person for me and Maddie.
Right.
Aubrey, where are you? Aubrey, where are you?
And I wish that we had just had
take Murphy with you.
A stronger hand guiding us through that, and helping us to say, this is someone to talk to. This isn't someone. Just so that interview, people might say this afterwards. Because I feel like we just felt like we'd been hit by a truck, and then it just kept coming back. Because we just kept trying.
But no, every time you talk, you will take more heat. They'll have less patience for you. So you have to be prepared for that mentally, because I don't want to give somebody advice that is actually very hard.
People are going to say,
why she said that, or did she smile because she said that, or did you see the way they looked at each other when they said?
Yeah, you will become a internet sleuth suspect, whether you lived 1,200 miles away like I did or not, and it hurts. And so you have to either just completely ignore it or not look at it, or get some thick skin fast.
I just don't even look at it. I did for the first week or so, and it just absolutely consumed me. And a good friend said, get off of it. Just get off of it. And I said, you're right. And I was in all the little forums on Facebook, and I just unadded myself. And I told her, I said, I can't see people chew up my daughter, chew him up, and chew me up.
And I'm in every group I can be. I monitor every post.
You are a very
strong,
she's my hero. Young woman.
She's my every single one, because what if he slips up there? What if he's in one of those groups? What if he says something that's a little too close that gives me a bad feeling?
That's why
it's a long shot, but it's what I can do. I can take that time. I can read this book. I'm physically capable of doing that, so I will.
One thing I would give to another father, if you have a role in that family, that you are the guy that's taken a leadership role in that family. You've always been there. We've been married for 27 years. I would suggest that you don't underestimate yourself. Don't let yourself be so small that you're scared to question a police officer and say, why didn't you ask me about these things? You need to engage them. You need to be aggressive. You need to go in there and say, you know what? I know about that dog. I know about her favorite shirt, her favorite dress, her favorite shoes. It might seem stupid, but as a father, I know her girl. And I think
this is
that
heartbreaking.
Even if 80% of it is invaluable, 90% something there, you could tell those officers if your dog was behaving in a suspicious way, like she felt uncomfortable, or if she was totally in a comfort zone. And we can see it. We see the video. We're like, oh, she's totally comfortable. Mm-hmm. But the world looks at it and they turn it into like, she was super uncomfortable. So
why did she say carbonara like that?
Fun time with Daddy, and hope your shoulder feels better.
what the hell did you show here?
We thanked Kaylee's family for sharing the precious memories they had with the girls, as well as sharing the difficult moments they've had since this tragedy. Before leaving, Christy showed us Kaylee and Maddie. Their ashes are in urns that stand side by side. This is a sight I will never forget, forever etched in my memory. I really hope the 4 victims will get justice, and whoever stole their lives away will be held accountable.
Very beautifully done interview with the Consalvis family. I want to say thank you to Chronicles of Olivia for doing this back then. It was tough, just sitting back, listening to that. So what we're going to do is, again, tomorrow, we're going to go for a little bit more tonight, just a little bit. I won't be here tomorrow. I'm going to be making an appearance on the law offices of Andrew D. Myers, and that will probably be dropping a few days later, so I won't be on tomorrow morning. I'm going to be hanging out with them, him and Laney Law. And then after that, I'm going to be back tomorrow night. So what I'm going to do is, since I still have way more stuff to go through when it comes to the key interviews from the Consalvis family, I'm going to make this a part 1, and we're going to be doing our part 2 tomorrow night. With some of these other ones, it's going to be News Nation, Court DV, a couple of those, and we're going to be going into those, and we're just going to have it be our part 2, since we already hit 4.5. I want to say thank you to everybody for coming to hang out tonight. If you're new, I appreciate you giving the show a shot. I am going to share something here before we go. This is going to be the next interview that we are going to go over in the part 2 tomorrow night, and then we have some other ones that we're going to include in this one as well. So I'm going to share. This is something I wanted to share. If you guys were watching earlier, and we talked about a notification coming out for the city council. Okay. So I am going to. Where did it go? Hold on. There it is. So we're going to share this real quick. And guess what? And shout out, Caddy. Thank you for the heads up. Guess what January 9th, 2024 is going to be? Here's the link to this, City of Moscow YouTube. Go sub if you're not. Let's look to see what January 9th, 2024 is going to be. You remember last time we watched this, we watched the behind-the-scenes transition from Chief Fry to Chief Dollinger. Well, soon to be Chief Dollinger. That is.
The Moscow City Council, January 2nd, 2024, our first auspicious meeting of the year. Would you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Great, thank you all. First up tonight is a proclamation, the first proclamation of the year. for the National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day. Whereas National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day was founded in 2015 by Concerns of Police Survivors, cops, to recognize officers across the country for daily sacrifices they make for their communities, and whereas COPS provides a national support network for families and coworkers who have lost a loved one in the line of duty, and which supports positive recognition of officers doing good work every day. And whereas officers are rarely recognized for the difficult and positive work they do and the difficult decisions they have to make each day in the best interest of the law and the communities in which they serve. And whereas
Really, bro? Have you seen a press conference? Out of all due respect, Mr. Art Bedge, have you ever seen a Moscow press conference regarding the crime at 1122? I don't think you've seen one, because if you did, I don't think you would have just said this, sir.
Work for families and coworkers who have lost a loved one in the line of duty.
My Discord is open. It should
Positive
work. You should
recognition
be
of
able to send
officers
me a
doing
message.
good work every day. And whereas
My
officers are
Discord's
rarely
open. We
recognized
don't
for
have
the
to be
difficult
friends
and
for a
positive
message.
work they do
Send it through
and the
Discord.
difficult decisions they have to make each day in the best interest of the law and the communities in which they serve. And whereas Moscow Police Department's commitment to community policing helps to proactively educate and provide public safety resources for more than 26,000 residents, along with thousands of university students. And whereas we appreciate the extraordinary efforts and sacrifices made by officers and their family members on a daily basis in order to protect our schools, workplaces, roadways, and homes. And whereas the well-being of the city of Moscow's residents is preserved and enhanced as a direct result of the vigilance of these officers. Now, therefore, I, Arthur Betke, Mayor of the City of Moscow, do hereby proclaim the 9th day of January 2024 as National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day within the City of Moscow, and encourage our citizens to recognize the commitment and contributions of our community's peacekeepers and take the time to show appreciation for the sacrifices our officers make while protecting our community.
Damn, bro. I bet you the only reason you had that amount of endurance to go through all that is because you're wearing one of them fucking cut-off sweaters like everybody else does. What is it with the cut-off sweaters? What is it with the cut-off sweaters? What the fuck is it? I need a cut-off sweater, you guys. You know what? I'm going to put a cut-off sweater on my Amazon wish list. I need me a cut-off sweater. I do. What's up, LA? How you doing? I need a freaking cut-off sweater, man.
So, representatives who would like to receive the proclamation.
What do you guys have, like steamy pits?
And by that I mean everybody in uniform.
Oh yeah, all that steam. That's right, all that steam going around. You got steamy pits.
So kind of gather right down in this area.
You do have to smile in this picture.
Yeah, a couple of you are going to have to really work at it.
Should I just make one that I can just throw on? Because I thought about like having a stocking cap that I can throw on at a moment's notice and tilt it and do all this shit, and I don't know.
Fair enough.
Right?
We're gonna stay right here.
I want a photo bomb.
I know.
That's the tunnel vest
Funny
right
ears.
there. The tunnel vest. Thank you, Lynn. Thank you, Lynn.
Nice, guys. Good Lord.
Oh, yeah. And look at Dollinger right there. The new, you heard it here first. Just a couple weeks ago. Trust me, when it comes to next spring, guess what? You can say, holy shit, we heard it on Evil CJ back in December that Dollinger was going to be the... Holy shit! You heard it here first. Fry's going to be stepping down pretty soon. And look at that. They got a couple new officers there. I think that Join Us Now recruiting YouTube video is working. What do you guys think? What do you mean? What do you mean Join Us Now? CJ? Oh, you guys haven't seen the Join Us Now video from Moscow PD? What? You haven't seen it?
I think everybody gets into this to help people, and
you haven't seen this video?
I personally think this is the best way for me to be able to help people.
We get to make genuine connections with the community here, and those
the
connections
bootlaces
help us to make
like it's
true
Rambo
change and to help people the best we can.
And we have an opportunity to affect that change just through our ability to listen, understand, and really have an impact on a more personal level.
Is it the best way for everybody?
I'm
Absolutely
being
not,
sarcastic.
but for the people that are meant to do this job, I think it's the best way we can help.
I'm going to pause it on a certain part. Just wait. It's funny. I love this part. I got to pause it on a certain part because this dude made me laugh in the other video of Moscow Cribs. I got to end it on a certain part, you guys. Just wait. Only a minute here.
In all, teamwork is the essence of our culture.
We really value treating our fellow officers with respect.
We here at Moscow have built a very high standard.
We really
Here it comes.
As a cohesive machine through
Here it
some of
comes.
those more critical situations.
I would say Moscow Police Department has a culture that highly values doing things the correct way, doing things to standard, training to standard, and that leads to a culture at the PD that really emphasizes looking after one another, but also making sure that we hire the right people to continue our organization.
I believe the Moscow Police Department is a perfect size department.
With Moscow being so small, one of the big advantages is officers get the opportunities to promote quickly, to get into specialties quickly, and to advance and become well-rounded in their jobs much sooner than other officers do at larger agencies.
I currently run our firearms department. I am a firearms instructor, taser instructor, field training officer, part of our negotiations team for crisis and hostage negotiations. I think that's all.
I think that's all. Oh, you got to add one more to the list. Faking like you're messaging somebody on a computer screen that has nothing on it while you're in a promotional video trying to get funding for your new PD. You need to add that one to the list too, bro. All right, everybody. I want to say thank you so much. I appreciate you guys' company, your conversation tonight. I'm sorry we went a little late. We're going to make it a part 2 tomorrow night. We're going to be going over the rest of the Gonsalves family key interviews. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Please hit the like if I've earned it. If you haven't done yet, have a peaceful and positive evening. I will see you all tomorrow night. Andrew D. Myers tomorrow. I'll be thinking about y'all. See you guys tomorrow night. Appreciate you.